Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, program Pasca Sarjana, program profesi, saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami.
Cek. Oke.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalo Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan Islami.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Isolling 2021. Wow, such a good occasion for us to attend this event. Ladies and gentlemen, in these good occasions, let me and my partner introduce ourselves as a Master of Ceremony for Isolling 2021, held by Fakultas Sastra, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Purwokerto. Hello everyone, my name is Mutahar Lutfi, you can call me Lutfi. I'm the active student of Fakultas Sastra, and here's my partner.
Hello, I'm Sherlinda Winindya Ariandi, and you can call me Sherlyn. Ladies and gentlemen, Isolling is an international seminar on literature and linguistics conducted by Fakultas Sastra, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Purwokerto. So, today is the second Isolling seminar, and fun fact, over 100 audiences joined this event.
Wow, over 100, right?
Yeah, it's so amazing.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will deliver you about the event rundown for this whole agenda. The first is opening, conducted by Master of Ceremony, and the second is Quran recital, Indonesia Raya or National Anthem, welcoming remarks from the chairperson of Isolling 2021, speech and official opening from the rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, closing for the master ceremony, performance, photo sessions, and main event for the plenary 1 and plenary 2, discussions, and the closing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in this seminar, we have 2 sessions. The first session will be delivered by Professor Dr. Galia Petkova from AK University of Hiroshima, Japan, and Dr. Hanita Hanim binti Ismail from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And for the first session will be handled by Mr. Chandra Nur Alim, PhD, as the moderator.
And the second sessions will be delivered by Professor Dr. Konwira Punpon and Mrs. Widya Nirmalawati, SSMA, and the moderator is Mr. Faisal, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, so let us open our event and opening ceremony today with saying Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is reciting Holy Quran, who will be recited by Bintang Ade. To Bintang, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis fafsahu yafsahillahu lakum wa idza qila wanshuzu fanshuzu yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum walladhina utul ilma darajat wallahu bima ta'maluna khabir. Oh, you who have believed, when you are told space yourself in assembles, then make space, Allah will make space for you. And when you are told arise, then arise, Allah will arise those who have believed among you and those who were given knowledge by the grace. And Allah acquainted with what you do. Summa assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you Bintang who has recited the Holy Quran. May Allah always bless us. Amin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is singing National Anthem and the March of Muhammadiyah. For the audiences, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Indonesia.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming remarks by Chairperson of Isolling Committee, Mrs. Fitri Rahmawati, SSMA. For Mrs. Fitri Rahmawati, time is yours.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Seminar on Literature and Linguistics, Isolling 2021. This webinar will present a discussion about new directions in literary and linguistics. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, Isolling 2021 is the second Isolling Fakultas Sastra or Faculty of Letters Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto has. And the first seminar was held in 2019, and the second seminar was supposed to be held in 2020, but for some reasons, mainly the pandemic, the seminar was canceled, but finally it could be held this year, in this day. And here, I would like to thanks to Rector Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Bapak Dr. Jebul Suroso. Thank you, Bapak, for the time. And I would like to thanks to the all great speakers we have today. The first is Dr. Hanita binti Ismail from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. And then the second, Professor Dr. Galia Petkova from AK University of Hiroshima, Japan. And the third is Associate Professor Dr. Konwipa Punpon from Konkan University, Thailand. And the last is Ibu Widya Nirmalawati, MA from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. And I would like to thanks to the moderators, the best moderators we have in this day. The first is Chandra Nur Alim PhD and also Faisal PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, in this virtual conference room, I noticed there are 230 participants, and some of the participants come from cities across Indonesia like Bali, Yogyakarta, Surakarta, Semarang, Jakarta, Surabaya, Bumi Ayu, Gorontalo, Cilacap, Samarinda, North Sumatra, Banjarmasin, Bandung, Bangka Belitung, Lansa, Malang, and many more. And I also noticed some participants from abroad like Philippines, Japan, Russia, Bulgaria. A warm welcome to you all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that this year become a very difficult time where we are facing a global health crisis and become the greatest challenge we have since World War II. The pandemic is moving like a wave and is also effective on education and then leading to the near total closure of school, universities, and colleges, that the impact is not only on the students, teacher, and also the families. Therefore, we hope that the seminar or this webinar will help us and give us chance to develop better insight to the field of linguistics and literature. And I also hope, or we also hope that this seminar or this webinar will give fresh ideas and innovation in the field of linguistics and literature. And it would be a great happiness for Faculty of Letters or Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto to host such event. And I would like to thanks to every member of the organizing committee to work and to dedicate your time and to try to make this event as good as possible. And I would like to convey my deepest gratitude to all of you for being here, for sharing this opportunity and great event with us. I wish you all a very successful webinar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, for Mrs. Fitri, thank you very much for welcoming our audiences.
The next agenda is opening remarks from our rector, Mr. Dr. Jebul Suroso, S-Cup, M-Cup, for the opening remarks from Mr. Jebul Suroso. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. The honorable speakers, Professor Dr. Galia Petkova from IK University, Hiroshima, Japan. Dr. Hanita Hanin binti Ismail from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Assistant Professor Dr. Pundipa Punpon from Konkan University, Thailand. Ibu Widya Nirmalawati from Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Bapak Ambar Pujianto, the Dean of Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Vice Dean Ibu Sulasi Nurhayati, and the Head of English Literature Study Program, Ibu Fitri Rahmawati, all of the committee and dear participant of Isolling 2021, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, first of all, I like to thank to Allah for blessing us so we can gather in the international seminar today. Indeed, it is honor for me to greet all of you in this prestigious event, International Seminar on Literature and Linguistic Fakultas Sastra, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto is hosting today. The event is prestigious due it is international leveling. We are professional speakers, academicians, and participants from around the world gathered together for academic and scientific forum of current studies in literature and linguistics. Ladies and gentlemen, Fakultas Sastra is one of the best faculties of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. During its growth, the faculty has been conducting good governance in academic and non-academic program, both in national and international scale. The program have been the faculty's concern in attempt at establishing, strengthening, and promoting its existence worldwide. One of the most important program is Isolling. By means of the faculty is trying to put trust in the global audience and stakeholders about recent issues, studies, and innovation in the English literary and linguistic discipline. Regarding the pandemic, such new theories and methods of the discipline studies might have been receiving, developing, and even interchangeable that can finally enrich the studies in the majors. Here, the three might also happen during the digital era that grows is high speed and inevitability. So, but the pandemic and digital eras have hand-in-hand contribute to the new direction in literary and linguistic studies. At this point, I directly address the theme of the seminar. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, as informed by the chair of the committee, the participants of the seminar came from across Indonesia and even from outside of Indonesia. It's surely a pride for us to welcome you to the event. Thus, I hope that the forum may continue to future more advantageous program, especially international partnership, beside new insight into the address it might give. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to appreciation and thank to Dean and committee for running the event, and thank you all for attending. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially declare that the second international seminar on literature and linguistics is opened. Thank you very much. Have a nice seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Jebul Suroso, who officially opened the event. Ladies and gentlemen,
Finally, we are done in opening ceremony. We do apologize if we have mistakes during opening ceremony.
thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because after these sessions, we have photo sessions. Please prepare for your best shots for the photo sessions. And please turn on your camera. For the first photo session, we'll be on the first slide, which is have Rector for Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. And let us prepare for the first photo session in the first slide. 3, 2, 1. All right, finished for the first slide. We are going into the next slide, which is start from Mrs. Angelina and with Miss Fitri Dewi Sukli. And we are going into the photo sessions. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the next slide. Please prepare for your best shots. Okay, we are start. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We are going into the next slide, the last slide. Okay, please prepare for your best shoot. 3, 2, 1. Okay, finally the photo session is end. The next agenda is the main event. But before we going into the next event, we still have some performance, or we have still have the about the video or something like a show in this seminar. Yeah, for the participants who attends this event, we would like to play the video of the Isolling 2019, the first Isolling. Please enjoy the show. Thank you.
Pemirsa Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto menggelar International Seminar on Literature and Linguistics atau Isolling 2019 dengan mengusung tema Industri 4.0 Challenges and Opportunities for Digital Literature. Dalam acara tersebut menghadirkan 5 pakar untuk dijadikan pembicara. Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto menggelar International Seminar on Literature and Linguistics atau Isolling 2019 Industri di Aula AK Ansori. Seminar internasional Fakultas Sastra ini menghadirkan 5 pakar sebagai pembicara dalam seminar.
Ketua Panitia sekaligus Kepala Prodi Sastra Inggris Fitri Rahmawati mengungkapkan bahwa Isolling ini merupakan suatu program pertama yang diselenggarakan oleh Fakultas Sastra. Pada Isolling ini, program lebih fokus kepada literatur dan linguistik. Tujuan dari acara ini untuk mengumpulkan para guru, peneliti, dan akademisi terkait dengan linguistik dan literatur, serta berbagi ide maupun studinya serta penelitian-penelitiannya.
Jadi Isolling itu internasional seminar literatur dan linguistik. Jadi seminar pertama kali untuk linguistik dan literatur yang diselenggarakan Fakultas Sastra. Kalau Sastra sendiri kan sebetulnya sudah ada yang annual ya. Kemarin itu Purwokerto 9. Tapi fakultas aku lebih fokus ke teaching English atau English. Tapi kalau yang ini memang lebih fokus ke linguistik dan literaturnya. Baru pertama kali. Tujuannya yang pertama memang kita sudah punya sebetulnya, tapi yang teaching. Kemudian yang ini yang fokusnya untuk mengumpulkan para guru, researchers, terus akademisi yang terkait dengan linguistik dan literatur. Dan untuk yang hadir juga kan ada banyak yang guru yang datang, terus selain ada beberapa mahasiswa juga, gitu ya. Kemudian ya tujuan untuk apa namanya mendatangkan para akademisi, researcher, kemudian lecturers, guru-guru atau teachers.
Semua peserta menikmati dalam menghadiri seminar internasional ini karena topik yang disajikan sangat menantang dan sangat bagus untuk semua peserta. Semua peserta akan menggunakan situasi atau momen ini untuk mengimprovisasi ilmu berdasarkan topik tersebut. Agung Reza, Tegaroli memberitakan dari Purwokerto, Jawa Tengah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going into the next agenda is main event. The main event will conducted by the moderator, Mr. Chandro Nur Alim. And the first speaker is Mrs. Galia Petkova from AK University Hiroshima, Japan. And Mrs. Hanita Hani binti Ismail from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chandro Nur Alim, born on 3 March 1977, he is an English language and literature lectures in the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Purwokerto. His educational background, he has graduated from the elementary school of SD Negeri Sragi 4 Pekalongan in 1983 until 1989. Sorry. And he finished the study in the junior high school in 1992 from the junior high school of SMP Negeri 1 Sragi, Pekalongan. And he finished his study in senior high school in 1997 in SMU Negeri 1 Comal, Pemalang. And undergraduate degree, English Department, Faculty of Letters, Diponegoro University of Semarang, Indonesia, graduated on 2002, and master degree for Linguistic Department, Faculty of Cultural Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, graduated in 2011, and School of Communication, International Studies and Languages, University of South Australia, graduated on 2018. Research experiences. Reading comprehension, mahasiswa Fakultas Sastra, correlation between students' translation skills and reading comprehensions, analysis in error grammatical essay for English language, and dynamic of field job training among students of diploma program, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first session that will be conducted by our beloved moderator, Mr. Chandro Nur Alim. Mr. Chandro Nur Alim, time is yours.
Check, check. Can you hear my voice, ladies and gentlemen?
Clear.
Okay,
Loud and
thank
clear.
you. Yeah, so hopefully that my voice can be heard clearly by all participants here. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's very great occasion to be here. Today, we are having the third international seminar on literature and linguistics, or called as Isolling, conducted by Fakultas Sastra, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Purwokerto. And I think that today's topic is very brilliant because this is something that most of us as the lecturer have already experienced about the digital era right now. So moreover, during the pandemics that now most of the activities are done by using an online platform. So the same also happened in other studies. For example, the digital areas will also affect the study in literary and linguistic. So therefore, the topics which is brought in today's seminar is new direction in literary and linguistic studies in the digital era. And for this first session, we have two outstanding speakers. Okay, so the first is Professor Galia Petkova, and then will be followed by Associate Professor Hanita Hanim binti Ismail. And then after both of the speakers have given their ideas about their topics, so that we will continue with the discussion. So for the first session, we will have Professor Galia. Can you hear me, Galia? How are you?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Galia. How are you? It's been a long time.
Long time.
Yeah, a long time ago when the first time we met each other.
Yeah.
It's nice to see that you are in good condition right now. You are living in Japan now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I'd like to introduce our first speakers. The full name is Galia Todorova Petkova, and right now he is working for Eike University of Hiroshima. And she is at the adjunct faculty of Kyoto Consortium for Japanese Studies, Kwansei Gakuin University, the guest lecturer at the National Academy for Theater and Film Art in Sofia, Bulgaria. Mainly, he is interested in the research field like the traditional performing art in Japan and Asia, everything about performance, and then about power, identity, gender, cultural representation, and so on and so forth. So he has a background in Japanese gender and performance studies, and she got his BA or MA degrees in Japanese studies from Sofia University, Bulgaria. She got his MA degree in gender studies from the Central European University, Hungary, and got her PhD in Japanese studies from SOAS, University of London. She has many teaching experiences that I think that the time will not be enough if I mention all of them. So she is kind of person who likes traveling much, and she has so many international experiences working with different universities from almost all around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we are going to listen very great presentation from our professor. Kalia, the room is yours. You have at around an hour to share your ideas. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I have very fond memories of Sastra and UNP and Purwokerto, where I was blessed to spend 2 months in 2016. You have excellent students. I want to thank Ibu Santi. I don't know whether she is with us today. I want to thank also Titik and Mr. Cristianto and everyone for remembering me and for inviting me to this seminar. Thank you also, Mr. Chandru, for the excellent introduction. I probably don't deserve it. So I was not sure whether this is mostly oriented to students or teaching staff. So like my presentation is like aimed at both, but mostly probably to students. This is something I forgot to ask about. I hope there will be no problem with the videos because I'm at home and actually I'm using internet through my phone. But if a video cannot be properly seen, I think Sastra has the files and can run them from there. This is a very, very broad topic. Now I have to share my screen somehow. Can you see? Well, the presentation.
Yes, we can see your screen now, Galia.
Okay. So this is a very broad topic. It's very interesting. We all have been teaching online since last year. It has been like very, very difficult time. I remember that this time last year, no one actually could imagine what was coming. So a lot of people lost their lives. There's like different situation in the different countries. We are going probably to go on like this for a while. So it's an excellent idea to come up with this topic. I myself have moved a little bit away from literary and linguistic studies, but I still do literary studies, and I have moved to performance studies, which is encompassing. So I wondered what to talk about. Then I decided to talk about performance, pandemic, and digital sources. I spent time in Japan since 2016, and I have just become a full-time teaching staff at AK University. I would allow myself just a brief promotion of our university because it's brand new. So this is the website, it's in English. So we just opened in April. It's a public university that is affiliated with the Prefectural University of Hiroshima. And the purpose is to be very different from any other university in Japan. So there is a department of social system design, and we aim to educate students how to be competent and understanding enough in order to improve society. So the teaching is both in English and in Japanese. All the lecturers are like myself with extensive experience abroad in various cultural environment. And we are actually recruiting international students at the moment. So there's like 20 international students each year, and we still have 13 students to recruit. And it will be possible actually to enter Japan, because the country has very strict policy right now, and it's difficult for like tourists or non-residents are not allowed to enter. So if any of your students want to continue their education in Japan, that would be great. There's no need to know Japanese, because the students would learn Japanese in Hiroshima. There's tuition waivers, scholarship, and this is the building. So it was a building of another university that was purchased by the prefecture. It's a gorgeous building, and the dormitories are on the upper floor. So it's in central Hiroshima, and I would like strongly recommend it. So thank you, and I'm really sorry for this, but I'm kind of very excited to be part of an excellent team. So as Mr. Chandra introduced me, I have just want to briefly talk about myself and what is my connection with Indonesia, and why I have been invited. So I have graduated from the Japanese Studies Department of Sofia University. UMP, and especially the Sastra faculty, has an agreement with Sofia University, with the Center of Eastern Languages and Cultures. An Indonesian language and culture course was established there a few years ago. It's part of a East Asian study program. My first major, however, is exactly in literary and linguistic studies, like Sastra, and that's why I'm very interested in today's topic. I have graduated from the Bulgarian Philology department, and as some of you might know, like philology is a word used a lot in European academia, and it comes from the Greek word philologia, which means like a love of learning, a love of literature. It comes from the words philos and logos. I have lived in Japan for about 12 years on and off, and my major is actually traditional Japanese theater. I became interested in the topic when I was first in Japan in '94, and since then I have been doing research in traditional Japanese theater, mostly kabuki theater. I have also lived in Indonesia for about 2 years, mostly in Bali, to do research on Balinese performing art, and in Purwokerto for 2 months in 2016, invited by Professor Santi. This is my first encounter with Indonesian wayang kulit. So during my first visit in 2005, I visited from Japan, and I was actually going just as a tourist, but I had the chance to watch shadow puppet theater and Balinese dance in Bali, and then I spent a few days in Yogyakarta, where friends took me to see wayang, Balinese, Javanese dance as well, so I could understand the difference between both cultures, Balinese and Javanese. You can see my ecstatic picture here with in the Wayang Kekayon Museum. And me getting interested in Indonesian performing arts actually was a stimulus to apply for the Dharma Siswa program, and this is how I first went on research in Bali. I was affiliated with ISI Denpasar. I wanted to study dance, but there were no classes for the foreign students, so I get involved with the students in the Wayang class. And then in 2011, I joined again the program at IKIP Saraswati Tabanan. At UMP in 2016, I taught courses at Sastra, and I also studied Bahasa, but unfortunately my Bahasa did not improve much. So from Indonesia, then my interest in Asian performing arts broadened, and I've done extensive research in different countries like Vietnam, India, and China. And I have been teaching a course on Asian performing arts at the National Academy for Theatre and Film Arts in Bulgaria. Now I teach Asian performing arts also at one Japanese university. So my talk today is going to have like three topics, like performance, pandemic, and digital sources. I would first give an overview of performance studies. This overview is aimed at mostly at the students if they're not familiar with the subject. Then I'll give a few examples how we can actually actively learn about human culture and through the lens of performance by using digital sources, especially in classes like cross-cultural communication. I'm going to use mostly Japan as an example because I'm most familiar with Japan. Then I'm going to refer how the pandemic influenced performance and the teaching, the culture, and actually how internet saved the world last year, because we cannot even imagine going through all these lockdowns and difficult times without the internet and self-isolation, without connection with the world. And I wanted to make a list of some useful digital sources in literary and performance studies, which turns a little bit difficult task because there are so many, but I would give an example of few websites that I find extremely informative and useful. So performance studies, I have chosen the topic because it's encompassing, so it includes literary and linguistic studies as well. It is a relatively new discipline since the mid-80s. It is new compared to other disciplines, like from the point of view of a student who was born in the 90s or a millennium, probably looks like a very old and established discipline, but it's still not. So the founders are two American scholars, Richard Schechner. He's still alive and very active. So he's a theater director and performance theorist. He's also a professor emeritus in the US. And he's actually the person who has helped establish the field as a discipline. And Victor Turner, who was a cultural anthropologist, and it was Turner's work on ritual and drama that actually served as the basis of the theory of performance. The first department was opened in 1980s. I find that digital sources are probably the most important aspect in teaching and learning about performances, because they give us access to video materials of performances in different countries. That's something that we cannot go and see. You can buy a book and read it, but it's difficult to watch performances live. So these two scholars, they applied the concept of performance before the performing arts to all human behavior and everyday life. And they claim that performance is an expression of symbolic and coded aspects of culture. So performance is seen as a central element of our social and cultural life. And performance studies understand performance not only genres like theater, dance, but all these forms like sacred rituals, practices of everyday life, storytelling as well, public speaking, avant-garde performances, popular entertainment. It includes also our everyday performance of ethnicity, race, class, sex, gender as well. Bigger events like world fairs, heritage festivals. It includes also the non-verbal communication. Play and sport, all kind of political events like election campaigns, political protests, civil disobedience in all forms, also sex shows and drag performances. So potentially any instance of expressive behavior or cultural enactment is seen as performance, as something that is constructed and has specific meaning. So performance studies is interdisciplinary. It draws from social sciences, humanities, and the arts. And it includes performing arts, of course, anthropology, sociology, literary studies, linguistics, politics, history, and so on. And this is one of the major books edited by Czechner. I checked if it was translated in Indonesian, but I couldn't find information. So this is a book I would recommend to students if they want to get acquainted in more details. So performance studies uses performance as a lens, as a methodology to study society, humans, and the world. And all human activities have a performative dimension. And through performative studies, we can analyze their multiple meanings. These meanings are artistic, they're cultural, they're also social meanings like gender, status, age. Performance is a cultural representation and related to all these issues of identity, like class, gender, status, also to the issues of power in society. So performance is the basis of the study of human culture and human communication. So this term is broad. It includes, of course, the most obvious, the artistic and the aesthetic performances, the different stage arts like theatrical events, concerts. My interest in Indonesia was provoked by this incredibly rich performance culture in Indonesia. Like each area has their specific dances and is proud of it. And also another very remarkable aspect was that most of the Indonesians are actually familiar with each other's, with the different dances, performance traditions within Indonesia. So the cultural performances, all kind of rituals, ceremonies, the festivals, the sport events. So these are the community-based performances that usually give expression to a community values and ideals. And something that we take for granted, but it's actually also a performative act. These are the everyday life performances, and this is how we express our identity and communicate with the others. So these are our social and professional roles. So like right now, I'm in my professional role of a lecturer, giving a talk at a seminar, but then I would go out and could be in a different professional role. Students as well, they actually enter their professional and social role as students every day by going to school. And also the individual performances on the other hand, so how we express race, gender, sexuality, nationality as well. When I'm in Europe or in like US, in a Western country, I do not get asked so much where I come from. But in Asia, and especially in Japan, I'm all the time associated with my nationality, that I'm Bulgarian. And for the Japanese, we love yogurt. Although I have left my country like 20 years ago, I do identify as Bulgarian, but I more identified myself as a person of the world. So this is also how different cultures perceive different people based on nationality, class, gender as well. So the performance as a term implies an act of doing, some practice. It's constructed versus natural. Next, how we can, like in our university, that seems to be like kind of new for Japan, although it's long practiced in Western academia, I think in Indonesia as well, at least it was the UMP, the so-called active learning. So that people, students do not just passively receive knowledge from the lecturer, but actively learn by taking parts in projects, writing essays, and not just taking tests. And this is when digital sources actually are indispensable. I would first refer to using digital sources in analyzing everyday life performances. That's how we communicate with people. I'm not going to cover, because this is a huge topic, I would just give some examples based on my experience and observations in Japan. So everyone outside of Japan associates the country a lot with the specific working culture and the specific business etiquette. And one such example of performative aspect of social and professional role are the job interviews, of course. And since I had to pass through a lot of job interviews in Japan, it's very different from probably what is in Indonesia. It's basically very different from Europe. But then how do you learn? Actually, if you can ask friends, Japanese friends, that would be very useful as knowledge, but that actually nothing helps you learn better than seeing an actual interview on a video and hearing the advices. So there is a specific body behavior, gesture, language, and they're gender-based as well. The female and male body behavior is quite different in Japan. So by actually showing the students such a video, thankfully there are some in English as well, we can teach them a proper business etiquette and behavior, body behavior especially, and linguistic expression if they want to pursue a career in Japan. Similarly, we can do this with the US and in any kind of classroom like business communication or cross-cultural communication. I hope the videos would work out.
Hello everyone, this is Rebel Community from Japan.
Can you hear well?
I will show you how to have a job interview in Japan.
Yes, Galia, we can hear well this video. That's nice.
It's about setting up job interview. The other one is the contents about job interview. I hope it's gonna help you. He will enter the room immediately. Okay. So please knock the door lightly and say 失礼します. Interviewer said どうぞ after you have knocked. どうぞ. 失礼します. And face the door and close it quietly. And if there is no door, just enter the room saying 失礼します. Face and go to the interviewer and stand next to the chair. And tell your name as blah 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 と申します and wait for the response. 山田太郎と申します。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いいたします。And after you have introduced your name, take a seat when the interviewer tells you to do so. それではお座りください。失礼いたします。And put your bag right next to or back of the chair. And sit up straight and do not lean on the backrest. And put your hands on your knees. And answer directly if they start by having a daily conversation. 本日はどのように来られたんですか？本日は電車とバスで参りました。どのくらい時間かかりましたか？
He's being asked how he came to the job interview and he's answering by bus. How many minutes?
Okay, so the dream, speak clearly with your smile and right attitude. And look at his or her eyes while speaking. If there are multiple interviewers, be sure to look at everyone. And you can use body language as needed. And don't play with your hairs or shake your legs. Okay, so after you have finished the interview, now you will get out of the room. And stand up quietly and put back your chair.
This is going out of the room.
And stand next to the chair and say, 本日はありがとうございました。本日はありがとうございました。
This is thanking for the interview.
And say, 失礼します at the door. 失礼いたします。If there is one, open and shut the door quietly. Speak loudly before you're getting out of the press voting interview.
So all these are advices like how to properly behave in order to make a good impression in Japan. Probably if you follow this structure in a place like US where you have to look like more assertive, it's not going to make a good impression. But this is what the Japanese themselves, like there are actually much more interviews in Japanese, teaching them how to properly behave in a job interview in order to get the job, because they have to demonstrate that they would be a reliable and disciplined part of the team they are applying for. So the linguistic aspect is very important, like being very polite, answering directly, and this is how you can learn how to behave properly through a video. So when it comes to cultural performances, so they're community-based, and these are all kind of rituals, religious, but there's also everyday life rituals as well, like what we do at home and how we communicate with people, not related only to our identity. All kind of ceremonies. I was particularly interested in Balinese upacara, for example, or I was also taken in Purwokerto to Sedekah Bumi and Sedekah Laut ceremonies, which were extremely interesting to see. So all kind of festivals, like the Japanese culture, for example, they have festival in almost every community, which gathers the people. So the people would, even if they work outside of the community, they would come back for the festival. Sports events as well, political events, like the US president election campaign, like it's broadcasted, so it's on the TV, everyone can see, and all kind of political protests and demonstrations. I will focus here, however, on how Japanese authorities use Japanese performing arts to represent Japanese culture. And I want to give as an example the Japan Rugby World Cup that took place in the summer of 2019. and especially the opening ceremony. So we know that usually every opening ceremony, particularly of an international sport event, is like an opportunity of the respective culture to showcase their values, their identities. So the opening ceremony of the Rugby World Cup was comprised a lot of performances, but the focus was on kabuki theater. Kabuki theater is one of the traditional Japanese theater genres. It was extremely popular. And here we see the two official mascots, which are based on kabuki characters. This is a father and a son, and they are lions, like the lion dances in China that are popular all over Japan, like also barong in Bali is a type of lion dance. So here we have a kabuki actor and his son. It's a family art kabuki. So usually like the son would become an actor as well. So they were performing at the opening ceremony, and they were the kind of official faces of the Rugby World Cup. They are not very popular actors because a popular actor would cost too much to be engaged in such a role. So these are the mascots. The Japanese culture love mascots. So you can see that here they're represented as equal, not as father and son that much. The Rugby World Cup, like I have to admit that I'm coming from a country that is a football obsessed country. Rugby is not so popular in like continental Europe. So, and it's not very popular in Japan. In Japan, baseball is very popular. Rugby is an Anglo-Saxon sport in a way. So it began in the UK in the mid-19th century, and then it spread in these major Anglo-Saxon areas around the world, like Australia, New Zealand, US. Some European countries do have rugby teams. The World Cup is like some very, very important event for the championship. So it's held every 4 years, I'm sorry. And in the 1920, for the first time, it was held in Asia. And not only in Asia, but in Japan. The Japanese team itself did surprisingly well. And the whole initiative actually was perceived as a part of the rugby, as a prelude to the Olympics, preparation for the Tokyo Olympics in last year that were cancelled. Also, the purpose was to claim that Japan is part of the rugby club, the rugby world, and the rugby world is more or less the first world. World. Is there an issue? So it attracted a record high number of tourists from the Anglo-Saxon countries mostly, who would never come to Japan. If it was not never, that this is an overstatement, but who would not come easily to Japan. They were not so much interested in Asian culture, but in the rugby tournaments, matches. They were quite affluent and they did spend a lot of money. So Japan was anticipating that the same thing will happen during the Olympics, which unfortunately had to be cancelled. This is a short excerpt of the opening ceremony that showcases the two kabuki characters. So there is a lot of taiko. These are the Japanese drums that are very popular outside of Japan as well. Flute is another typical instrument in Japanese traditional performing arts. This is also an interesting example about gender in performance. So we have the active performers, the drummers, they are men, the flute player as well, although women do play drums as well. But here women are used entirely as a background, as a fill-up. And this is quite symptomatic of Japanese culture in general. So these are the two actors, the father and the son.
Change of scene, and this kabuki music is rich in Japanese tradition and spiritual history. This is a parent and child combination, which is the origin of the official mascot of the rugby. Continues. Fuji is being assembled.
This is the highlight of the performance, the twirling of the wings. And we have Fuji, Mount Fuji being formed at the background. So this is what Japan would like to present to the world as a cultural icons. By the way, this highlight of the performance requires a lot of efforts from the actors, especially as Mount is 9 years old. So the performance itself is a symbol of like the actor's skills, endurance, strength, physical strength, but also the bonding between generation and the bonding between the players. And it somehow corresponds to the values of the rugby world, because rugby, actually, I had no idea, I had to check it, relies on very strict regulations and rules, and so because it's a rough sport, so how not to actually hurt the other players. They have their own ethics, which they value a lot, and the Japanese have found like the equivalent how to express this through traditional performing arts by this dance, which is, by the way, based on no theater, which is the more prestigious, which was the more prestigious theatrical genre traditionally. So this whole event, it took like months. It was much longer than like the Olympics are usually just a week, but the Rugby World Cup, I think, took place for about like 2 or 3 months in different locations in Japan. And it was considered the preparation to the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics in 2020. For the chief creative director of all the ceremonies related with the two Olympics was chosen Nomura Mansai. He's an extremely popular actor of traditional kyogen. These are the comic plays. He's also featured in films, so he's very, very versatile, and everyone was looking forward in Japan, everyone who's in this traditional arts, how he would stage the two ceremonies, but unfortunately we all know the games were canceled. They're going to go on this year probably, but I haven't heard of him being involved, so I don't know what has happened. So this is an example of how through events like opening ceremonies of major sports tournaments, actually the respective culture would showcase their values and what they want to show to the world. So here we had traditional performance, traditional theater, but also a lot of technologies like this, that the Japan is a mixture of traditional and modern. So how to use like digital sources when learning about performance as performance, the like original meaning of the term. All kind of theatrical events, concerts, dances, both traditional and contemporary stage events. So, you know, like I teach a course on performance studies, and actually it was entirely online, but it was also on demand because the course had about like 140 students in the social studies department. So it's impossible to have all of them online at the same time. And on demand in Japan means that you send all the materials to the students. They read the lecture notes or watch the video lecture you have recorded, and then they watch the performances and do all the reading on themselves. And so it demands a lot from, as we all know, from like lecturers and students. So I use the course, like my syllabus is based entirely on the research I have done like in different countries, like various performances. Like in Asia, I covered Japan, of course, but China as well, and India, because the Asian performance tradition came mostly from China and India. Then I covered Indonesia, Bali and Java, Vietnam as well. I allow the students, if they want to do further research on Korea, because there are similar forms with Japan and Indonesia, like mass dances. Then I covered Eastern Europe, not so much Europe itself, but the Balkans, like the different type of dances and how actually different they are from what we see in Asia. And at last, we also covered Mexico and Brasilia. So this is an excellent way through like digital sources to make the students, especially in a like situation of lockdown, to learn about the different cultures in the world. Actually, the very fact that we could not travel somehow ignited the students' curiosity towards the different cultures. This was a way to travel, in fact. So what is difficult, however, is that there is still a lack of materials. Like there's a lot of materials in English, but there's not so many materials in Japanese, and I assume this would be the case also with Bahasa. While the Indonesian students know better English, like not all Japanese students are fluent in English. So actually, again, the situation like this pandemic should have teachers that we need to master one language like English that is common and that can open our access to all kinds of information. And also to prepare materials in our own languages if we want to teach better. So kabuki, I don't know how many of you are familiar, but this is a traditional form that was born in the early 17th century. And it was the most popular performing art during the so-called pre-modern period from the 17th to the 19th century. It was the theater for the common people. So today it has become a classical theater. It's still very popular. Recently, they stage new type of performances based on anime and manga in order to attract modern audiences. Usually it's full house. It's difficult to get tickets. Tickets are very expensive. The actors they have this status of celebrity, and they have had it since the Edo period. Actually, when you say that you're interested in kabuki in Japan, you don't get asked which play you like. You get asked who's your favorite actor. Only men perform. As in old Japanese traditional theater, women were banned from the stage in the early 17th century because the shogunate, the military government, was establishing control over all members of society, and they considered women as bringing too much moral troubles on the stage because spectators were fighting over the actresses. The performance is very stylized. If I have to look for an equivalent, that's probably Wayang Wong in Indonesia, or the Balinese arja, but the actors do not sing. They deliver a very specific vocabulary. So the costumes are gorgeous. Music is typical of all Asian performing arts are based on music. The sets are gorgeous as well. Accessories are used. Unlike most of the performing arts, however, kabuki does not use masks, but a makeup, which actually in a way turns the face into the mask of the stock character. Wigs are used as well. So as we have seen with the example of the opening ceremony, I just shown, so it's often used actually to represent traditional Japanese culture. And if you land in Japan, you would see this kabuki makeup like almost everywhere if you pay attention. So these are the two actors we just saw. So different actors. This one is one of the most popular kabuki actors at present, and this is his son. So they have performed the same play. So this is the kabuki makeup of a strong and very masculine character. It's called kumadori. So the red and black lines, they accentuate the features of the face. It's used for like also characters that are heroic, but also like for demons and positive in general, for not for villains, for saviors and strong assertive characters. This is a stage scene. So the actor could be like, this is the most masculine and expressive and popular character in kabuki. So he has these enormous sleeves, and that he actually needs stage assistants to help him manipulate the costume in order to exude all the strength he has to exude on the stage. And it's again through digital sources like videos and pictures, we can show this to the students. Like usually when I take students to see performances in Rio, there is English earphone guide, which gives explanation of the play, but like traditional Japanese theater, I think it's the same with every traditional theater. You have to have like some background about the play in order to enjoy all the conventions. Another way to use visual sources is like, these are the female impersonators. So men perform women and they train and they construct the body in a specific way in order to express this ideal femininity. You see that like this is a courtesan, a high-ranking courtesan, and she also needs similarly like the overexpressive masculinity support by the stage assistants in order to move on the stage.
Alex sendiri.
This is a young princess. So this is an unmarried girl. She's always in love with her fiancé. And you can see in order to express femininity, the male actor actually holds the hands very tight, close to the body, and usually covered by the sleeves of the kimono. So this is a man impersonating a high-ranking, noble young woman. I'll jump to the next one. So performance and pandemic, or how internet saved the world in a way. So it was our cultural life that has suffered most, especially the performing arts. Performances were canceled. They're still mostly canceled or are staged with a limited audience. This means lack of incomes, especially for the freelance performers. So what were the solutions? The solutions were again like using online platforms to show, like YouTube, or there is Vimeo and another platform. Some of these performances were paid, but probably for me, the only plus of this pandemic was that last year, especially when it started and we transitioned as early as March to online teaching, then suddenly databases opened. So all these materials and sources that are usually protected by copyrights or that are not uploaded, there was suddenly an access. So this is not necessarily good for the people holding the copyrights, but it was very good like for all us, the educators and also the students. So like I have probably I had to buy a separate hard disk to just download all these materials, because in Japan, they were also temporarily accessible. Some of them were also in English, so an effort was made to popularize the performing art outside of Japan as well. Usually the tickets here are very expensive. So the very fact that major companies like this, Shochiku, is the corporation that actually holds the monopoly on all kabuki performances and that pays the kabuki actor salaries. So they have this YouTube channel, and they still upload a lot of videos of kabuki in English as well. Research materials also were more easily accessible. They still are, but now like the world is going back to this closing of databases and materials. This is one of the videos that has been produced by the Shochiku company, to a short video to advertise kabuki to foreigners.
皆様こんにちは。片岡愛之助でござりまする。歌舞伎の基本 本と魅力を前編後編の2本立てでお伝えする初めての歌舞伎、先取りでダイジェスト映像をご覧いただきます。
Now it's produced by the Agency of Cultural Affairs, with the help of Sochiku probably. Yes.
交えながら楽しく分かりやすくお話をさせていただきたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。前編では出演を交えながら数十倍面白くなる基礎知識を分かりやすくお話しいたします。舞台用語ではお客様からご覧いただきまして、右側を上手、左側を下手と呼んでおります。さて、バタバタバタという音が鳴っていましたよね。あの音のことをつけと申しまして、役者の動きにアクセント、効果音の一つでございます。このようなまな板のような平らな板につけ木という2本の木を用いましてつけを打ってくださっています。ではここでつけをふんだんに使った立ち回り、格闘シーンをご覧いただきましょう。ここからは男性が女性の役を演じる女形をご紹介していきましょう。女形の基本姿勢というのをやってもらいましょう。上半身は貝殻骨をくっつけてなで型にして肩を落とします。そしてお姫様ですので袖を横にします。そしてお客様から斜めになって肩幅を狭く見せます。劇場や舞台機構をさまざまな角度からご紹介。今この動いておりますものをせりと申します。エレベーターのように上がったり下がったりするんですよ。盆やせりはなんと昔の芝居小屋江戸時代に生まれた舞台機構なんですよ。では次にご紹介いたしますのは花道でございます。歌舞伎を上演する劇場の大きな特徴でございます。それでは舞台の下をご覧いただきましょう。下には千次郎さんがおります。後編では菅原伝授手習い鏡より車引きをご覧いただきます。普段は見ることができない衣装の着付けなど準備の様子からたっぷりお見せいたしますよ。
This is the evil guy. Continue.
歌舞伎を知りたい方にもお楽しみいただける初めての歌舞伎。
Okay, yeah, because we started a little bit late. So I couldn't like really make a list, but this is one website, the UN World Digital Library, which is just amazing with a lot of so there is like close to 20,000 materials from like 8,000 years before Christ until today. So this is a source that I highly recommend. Thank you. I'm sorry for like being overdue. Thank you. Yeah. Should I stop sharing or? I cannot hear you.
Okay. So sorry for not being unmute myself. Yeah. So thank you very much, Professor Galia, for very nice and interesting topics about performance, pandemic, and digital sources. So before we go to the second presenter, I would like to highlight some of the important points from Professor Galia's presentation. For I myself, especially, I'm really surprised knowing about this, what is it, new perspective about the performance studies. So performance studies is basically a new field, yeah, that emerged just since 1985. So in terms of science and knowledge, it can be said that performance studies is a very, very new subject to study. And maybe different from our common understanding about the performance. So we today learn that performance studies actually is interdisciplinary, so it's drawn from the social sciences, the humanities, and the earth. So therefore, it covers some other areas, just like performance art, anthropology, sociology, literary studies, linguistic, politics, history, and so on. And a performance study is just, let's say maybe this is the performance on the stage, which has the entertainment purpose. But actually, performance studies uses performance as a lens to study society, humans, and the world. Wow, so this is the other dimensions of performance that maybe some of us unaware about this. And when we talk about the term performance here, so according to Professor Galia, that performance is actually not to be understood in a narrow sense. However, it must be understood in a more broader sense. So therefore, the term performance will include the artistic and aesthetic performance, and then also cultural performances, and then everyday life performances. And particularly during this pandemic areas in which maybe the social restriction is applied everywhere, almost in every countries. So thankfully that the internet saves us now. So maybe the digital forms of the performance will be a very good alternative to do, so that all the performers can still do their creative jobs, especially by changing the from the classical one into the digital platforms of performance. So at least those are the things that we can highlight from Professor Galia's performance. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you have so many questions related to Professor Galia's presentation. However, I would like to give you the times for the question and answer sessions after our second presenter. So could you please save this question, and if you like, you can also write down your questions on the chat room. So we will read the questions later on. Please don't forget just to mention there to whom you address this question. Is that okay for you all? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Kalia, and we will back to you at the question and answer sessions later.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have our next presenters. So I would like to introduce to you our next presenter is Dr. Hanita Hanim Binti Ismail. Yeah. She is currently working for the Center for Innovation and Teaching and Learning Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Hanita got her bachelor degree at the International Islamic University Malaysia, and she took the English language and literature. And then she pursued his master degree at the University of Malaya with the title of the thesis of Shakespeare's Othello, Religious Identity and Englishness. And Dr. Hanita earned his PhD at the English Literature from UPM in 2017 with the title of the thesis Tracing Representation of Deviant Masculinity in Selected 18th Century English Novels. And her field of specializations, among others, are the English Literature and Gender Studies. And her current research areas or topics is literature and education and gender studies. So far, Dr. Hanita has already published more than 14 journal articles, and he produced some books also. And she got some of several research grants from the governments of Malaysia and also from other bodies or agency. And there are so many publications from Dr. Hanita and also her books. But I think that the time will not be enough if I should mention all of them. So today, Dr. Hanita will share his ideas entitled Chartering the Future, Tracing Upcoming Direction and Trends in Literary Studies. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round virtual applause to Dr. Hanita. Dr. Hanita, the room is yours. Please welcome. So sorry, Dr. Hanita, you are still muted. Maybe somebody can help to unmute. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Jondro. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum semua. Hi, I'm Hanita. I'm from UKM. So I just like to put this in record. So sometime before COVID-19 hit us last year, I was approached by Dr. Krisyanto to speak at this seminar, the same seminar last year. It was supposed to be last year. I was all excited to meet my future Indonesian peers, students, making plans to visit Jakarta again because I've been there before, and stay to watch the busyness of the city. But I guess Allah has His plans, and the seminar was postponed. So come this year, sometime early March, Dr. Cristianto again communicated with me, telling me again about this seminar. So Alhamdulillah, so here we are. Thank you, Isolling, for inviting me to talk about the future directions in literary studies. Also, I'd like to record my thanks to my former colleague, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazri Latif Azmi from UNISA, for connecting me with Dr. Cristianto. So let's talk about literature. When I first came to know literature, English literature, was back in 1993 as an undergraduate student, when the body of knowledge was what I can describe as unfamiliar, was fairly unfamiliar. There weren't enough, there was very limited reading material, so I had to hop to another university library and look for materials for my assignments. So that was my first, encounter with English literature. Over the past 20 years, I have observed what I can now describe as fast and rapid development of the field. So today, I hope to speak about its future directions. What I intend on directing our attention today would seem to might overwhelm some, as I need to speak on the realities of its rigor, the rigor of the field itself and its pace at the international level. It would serve as an eye-opener to some of us, including myself as well. So the South Asian, why am I saying this or why am I doing this is because Southeast Asia, including both nations, Indonesia and Malaysia, is made up of hardworking people with genuine passion for knowledge. So I'm sure we can definitely shake some boat and cause ripples in the eyes of the world. So jom, ayo kita semua maju ke hadapan ya. Okay. So my selection of the directions for literary studies are mainly based on my readings of scholarly recommendations and discussion of the future literary studies, besides, of course, making based on my personal observation and evaluation on writing trends, and of course, my role as a reviewer for international journals. What Dr. Chondro described me just now is too generous, yeah. So I feel that I can work more or look for deeper knowledge, understanding of the field. So I guess my contribution today would mostly benefit in the literary research, although I understand that some of us are those who are present today are at the undergraduate level, but I'm sure I can motivate all of you to head at the same direction that I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes. Of course, I'm also going to include some practical ideas for teachers who's going to teach literature as part of their education. So let me first share the slides. Okay, are you guys okay?
Yes, doctor. That's nice. We can see your slide.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. Okay, I'm basically going to charter the future, trying to trace upcoming directions and trends in literary studies. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready?
Yes, please, doctor.
We're trying to create this lively situation.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, what I'm going to do today is I'm going to present based on these scopes. Yeah? So I'm going to be talking about literature in the digital age, how cognitive studies are still going to continue to be relevant, gender studies, intersectionality, post-colonialism, literature and its didactic role, as well as the future of literature in education. So when we talk about literature in digital age, please pace me down if I go too fast, yeah? Right? When we talk about literature in the digital age, we basically talk about digital and technology, yeah? So without doubt, digital age has not excluded the advancement of literature. It's in fact going rapid, it's going fast. And if you skim through international university, especially the English department, you can see there's a lot of effort. You need not go far. You can even look at Twitter, where these universities are, and see their direction also include digital humanities. All right. So when we talk about literature in digital age, we're also talking about digital humanities. So trends show a keen research direction on digital humanities. So it's an incorporation of humanities in digital. So it also includes the teaching of digital humanities, text digitization, content creating, which includes e-literatures, digital narratives, and multimedia poetry. Okay, this is how robust it is in the discipline. Before I continue, I like to share at my defining what is a multimedia poetry in order to show you how now poetry is no longer written, but has gone beyond not just spoken poetry, but poetry in multimedia. I am citing a fellow colleague from University of Nottingham, Dr. Sheena. Can you hear?
Not yet, Doctor.
Oh, cannot hear? Okay, I think I'm gonna do this. Okay, let's try.
I do decide.
Oh yes, we can hear now.
Okay, great.
That's nice.
Okay. This is what we call as multimedia.
As much as I want to freestyle, every time I do decide to give it a try, I feel like a skipping rock, thinking we can walk on water like Jesus. This has something to do with me thinking just too much about words before I speak, like what and where and how to use them, and maybe that is why I choose the poet. Because words to me matter, but what's the point if you're quiet when the moment comes for you to speak the truth? So I have thought myself to listen and then respond in real time with poetic conviction, like today, like yesterday, like tomorrow, like say. Did you know the word matter in bahasa ialah materi, yang bermaksud bahan atau perkara yang menyatukan akal dengan hati. Jadi bila dikata nyawa itu berarti, pastikan ia termeterai dalam hidup kita hari-hari. Karena the word matter also means a story, a sequence of events embodied, so check it. The word materi and matter both go back to the word matter, a word meaning mother, which is the same word last uttered by George Floyd before he drowned under the knee of another. Mungkin juga ianya kata terakhir yang ditutur oleh bibir 32 Rohingya yang maut in the Bay of Bengal. Seperti sang putra Nepal yang baru-baru ini dijumpa mengangkat tak dijulang di balai polis Jinjang. Usah perlu berfikir terlampau panjang. There is no difference between these murders and the first blood spilled by the hands of Cain. A mother still wails in pain of the loss of her baby. So yes, it is a substantial matter that matters that we all speak out together. And if we aren't able, then let our limbs do the job. And if we still can't, then let it grow wild from the cracks in the concrete of our subconscious. Biarkan ia tumbuh bernafas. Let its bark be equally vicious to its bite. Let it catch fire. Let it burn bright in the forest of the night. Burn bright in the forest of the night. Let the world see this fearful symmetry. This darkness we have exchanged with the powers that be for the comforts of a good night sleep.
Okay. Okay, all right. I hope you're looking at the slides. So let me talk about poetry for a bit. So instead of looking at written poetries where poems are written and read, we're now privileged with enjoying poems that are read to us. So this is multimedia poetry. So features like rhyme still exist, if you notice, when the poet somehow lengthens her pronunciation of a certain word in order to achieve certain effect of the reading. So it becomes alive, and we can exactly know the attitude, the emotion of the poet regarding whatever that she's talking about. So we're looking at the sharing of knowledge, which is now one-to-one instead of guessing what the other was talking about earlier. Yeah. So to date, English departments in Malaysian public university have not directed precisely along this line. So I've noticed that the rigor at executing digital humanities still lacking in the Malaysian university. I'll move on to the next slide. So let's understand what is digital humanities. To date, its definition remains unsolved. There's no one definitive meaning to it, hence inviting for more precise effort at understanding the field. So what exactly is digital humanities, what exactly it includes of, but by common, its definitions is the essence of collaboration, of collaborating, of connecting, and this is suggested by Kirschenbaum and Burdick, yeah, where it is taken up in order to understand human culture, like performance and literature, as what Prof. Pakova mentioned just now, yeah, and I enjoyed what she presented just now. It's knowing culture, it's knowing humanity, it's the understanding of this species. Yeah. So with digital humanity, it allows another way of understanding humanity at large. So instead of following the traditional practices of reading humanity through pages of novels, through poems, we now look at the understanding of humanities, where it becomes more shareable. It becomes easier to access texts that allow us to understand humanity. In fact, the sharing is now more rapid. We can easily read other people's articles, see what other people write in their blogs and so forth. Yeah. So the emergence of developing digital tools and creating archives and database is the very essence of digital humanity. For us, researchers, students of literary studies, to engage in the analysis of texts, artworks, and other materials. You can easily access these texts, what was often I've observed in the past as limited and exclusive. For example, if I were to read novels for a certain culture, it was very difficult to find one. So I'm looking at digital humanities as an enabler, as one that allows us to read bigger, wider. Yeah. So one strand under the upcoming World Shakespeare Conference, which will be held in Singapore this year, focuses on understanding women portrayals in Shakespearean use of online media. Yeah. So that itself is I could never have imagined that would fall under literary studies. If it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. To me, as an undergraduate, to me it was the experience of reading, of going through what was included in the books. But now, instead of reading texts, images, videos, recording are another form of understanding. Yeah, so you owe it all to digital humanities. Okay, how are we going to engage in digital humanities? So what are the techniques? from my observation, popular projects include the use of what we call as literary text mining. Yeah, what does it mean by text mining? So by using a text specifically, we somehow engage in, somehow this seems to overlap with linguistics at trying to look at the frequency of words that appear. Yeah, so one popular tool is called the Voyan tool. Yeah, so in this case, I simply add in one line from Dylan Thomas, "Do not go gentle into the good night," and that itself generated a pattern. So this pattern could be useful for analysis at trying to understand emphasis of the poet's emphasis at what is he trying to tell indirectly to us. Yeah, so of course, the more conventional poetry reading would just say refrains, yeah, lines that are repeated over time, yeah, are indications of emphasis. But by having patterns such as provided by Voyan tool, it can further substantiate our claim that refrains are one way of emphasizing a certain aspect. I'm sure you have come across Dylan Thomas' poem, "Do not go gentle into that good night." Yeah, it's basically the line itself is repeated over and over again throughout the poem in order to remind us not to easily go in and die. So before dying, do not give in. Fight until the end, savor the light of life. Yeah. So interestingly, this is one direction that we can look at or even try in the near future, right? Of course, besides Voyan, there's Tapo, but I'm not going to talk about it today. Yeah. I'd like to go into another aspect that we can venture as literary researchers. It's visualization. So visualization can occur in different levels, either at the frequency level, as in word appearance, how many times word appear, or even thematic use. The more we talk about something, yeah, in life, hence indicate our emphasis on that particular matter that we're trying to talk about. Similarly, if let's say the author is trying to talk about depression, again and again, describing the state of depression that the character undergoes, hence, it could be an indication that the author wishes to emphasize on the matter, yeah, emphasize the matter. All right, let's look at this video. Okay, hold on. Can you see the video?
Not yet, doctor.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let me reshare that again. Okay, I'll go again. I'll replay. The name of the program or the application is Wordseer. Yeah, so it's an application that allows us to identify frequency of thematic themes. Yeah, so in this case, the user of the application downloaded the text and run an analysis in order to find out how many occurrences are there. Yeah, so I'll continue. Okay. So I'm just showing you to inject interest. Yeah. So I'm going to come back to the presentation. So as you can see, in the past, instead of although literary researchers claim that they have skimmed through or combed through carefully at the themes that are identified in the novel, it's most likely that they might miss this claim. The claim might not be strong enough. Okay, so in order to substantiate such an application like this, words here would allow literary researchers to provide statistical support. Yeah, right. So this is how study of literary studies transgress beyond its more conventional research novel, hence leaning towards statistics, leaning and merging with linguistics. I view the mergence between literary and linguistics as a healthy practice at trying to to make longer the livelihood of the literary studies. Of course, there are other forms of mergence between the two fields of knowledge. I won't be able to talk about them today. Now, this is the interesting part that I have earlier talked about, digitization. University Sultan Zainal Abidin took up an agreement made a mutual memorandum of understanding 2 years ago, I believe, with a university from UK at digitizing Malay texts, in order to benefit not just the two universities but world over, because if texts remain on paper, these texts won't allow research or in-depth understanding to take place. So digitization can definitely benefit the body of knowledge and its growth. So what is digitization? So it's another research direction that can go on and take place in literary studies. Studies in literary works can reach further, as I said, to wider groups of researchers simply because texts are now accessible. I like to share what it means, just to illustrate what I mean. Yeah. So I'm going to share with you again another video. This is one way of digitizing text. And I would love to have that, and I would love to have universities in Malaysia to have this, particularly the library, so text can easily be shared online instead of having to manually photostat it and then use the scanner and so forth. With such a machine, I think knowledge sharing it would go a lot faster. Yeah. So this is what I mean as digitizing. You digitize text so that it can be read online. Yeah. I'm going to stop there, come back to my slides. I'm sorry if I'm going too fast. Yeah. So I hope that everyone is still with me. So yes. Under the British Library alone, do you know that digitization is rapid, where 400,000 texts between the 15th century and the 19th centuries have now been turned into digital texts. Yeah. So if I were to access the British Library, I can definitely Google, or I can definitely access a text that I wish from the 15th century in order to carry out a research and make support whatever claim that I intend on trying to make regarding that century. And so this would actually allow massive text and data mining. Yeah. And any English department would definitely privilege this instead of having to use interlibrary loan or having to ask for friends to photostat and then and send it or whatever. Those would actually take more time. But with digitization, we can reduce time wastage. Yeah. So I would definitely promote, the Indonesian libraries, especially at the university level, to digitize texts for everyone's common use. Yeah, right. Okay, let's talk about the mind. This is another direction that literary researchers can go into, the study of the mind, cognitive studies. Sometime in 1990s, the decade itself was called as the decade of the brain. Yeah, the attempt of trying to understand how men think, especially at trying to harvest human talent. And so when you know how the mind works, you can basically help at creating positive thinking, positive growth, mind growth, and so forth. Yeah, so the quantum is cognitive literary studies, where Jean, Simon, and Hart in 2013 charted future direction under this body of knowledge, to which you can see a lot of research done on cognitive studies. I even supervised one PhD student doing on psychosocial, yeah, where he studied the interaction between mind and social understanding at trying to analyze, in his attempt at analyzing a character, and he now graduates. Yeah, he has graduated, alhamdulillah. So based on a research, on a search that I've done using Google Scholar, results show a total of 693 publications on neurosciences. I have another student who I taught at matriculation level, who's now not in the literary studies, but looks into neurosciences in the application of linguistics. Yeah, so directions are going massively towards at trying understanding the mind. While cognitive studies in literary studies show 1,710,000 searches, now with 24,100 search since 2020. And it's not going slower. It's definitely not going to go slower, because the mind itself, it's complex. It's quite difficult to understand why sometimes we would actually change our mind over things in a split second. So the understanding of the mind is definitely going to be an interest in years to come.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Hanita, to interrupt, but your screen seems to be freezed.
Oh, all right. Okay, let me reshare and share again.
Thank you, Doctor.
No problem. We were talking about the mind. Are we on the page where I begin with imagination and mentalization? Can you see that slide?
Not yet, Doctor.
Not yet. Okay, hold on. That's the downside of technology. Never mind. It teaches us to be patient.
No problem at all.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. We were talking about the study of the mind. So when we talk about the study of the mind and how we can actually understand it, it paves another direction, which is the imagination. So imagination is also another big thing. And of course, mentalization. These are parts of human cognition. So this will be, again, another aspect of interest for the coming few years. So in literature, in education, meaning to say teachers who are teaching literature, students are encouraged to create storyboards, to engage in storytelling. So there's definitely going to be a need to get into the sciences of imagination. How does one imagine, or what's the sciences of imagination? What is the steps at imagining? Can we truly maximize imagination? So these are questions that we might interest ourselves at trying to understand, simply because if we can manipulate the mind at greater imagination, there's so many unnamed benefits that we can't even think of. You see, solving world problem, creating more innovative lesson study or teaching materials, it's endless, right? So this is the beginning of what I call as the creative prosumerism. Prosumerism is a combination between, we're no longer a producer, but a combined role with consuming. So hence the word prosumerism. The word has long been coined, but the word creative presumerism, I can conclude is new, right? So it's a society of producers. So when we go back to schools and having students and tell our students to create storyboards, to create storytelling, yeah. So these stories are again products of presumerisms, yeah, where stories and news sharing are no longer professionally owned. Yeah, you don't have to hire journalists. You can become your own journalist. Anyone can narrate a story, even tell a story. So simply because everyone has a story to share. But the thing is that how can we manipulate the telling of the story through imagination? Am I loud or clear? Am I still visibly audible to everyone?
Yes, surely, doctor. Don't worry.
Okay, so in order to dismantle the mystery of imagination, so there are already existing theories like theory of the mind, theory of recursion, theory of relevance, along with concepts like spatial perception, how you look at space, or in terms of narrating the story, whose space are you telling? Yeah, so gap filling. I remember watching a cartoon. No, it was a movie, a comic movie. It was based on a Malay folklore. But what the producer did was, with that original story, he manipulated it where there are gaps in between, where he basically added on new information. And to me, that's imagination. Yeah. That's what we call as gap filling. So in storytelling, if you to read novels, there are gaps in the plot development. So you can basically manipulate, yeah, at telling the story by doing what we call as gap filling. Okay. Of course, with the recent hoo-ha of post-truth, again, that would give us another direction. Yeah, truth is now subjective. It's no longer one person's ownership. Yeah, so storytelling can be told either, it's subjective. As I write here, research direction look into storytelling where narratology is now told not from the central viewpoint, but has spilled over to allow the marginalized others to share, and to voice out their thoughts. So again, it is the digital age. We have to say thanks to the digital age, which allow us this opportunity, simply because now knowledge can be shared easily online. People can start talking, and this is where truth is now subjective. Yeah, so far, mentalization have been scientifically approached with statistical findings. While the study of understanding the mental state can only be observed through overt behavior, what if we can still manage to understand human state of mind through characters' words, such as how they describe their emotion, the choice of words that describe their emotion, their beliefs, their purpose in life, why they're doing this, or reasons for doing things. So those are also one way of conducting mentalization. Yeah. Okay, just like, we wouldn't be able to know exactly what the other person is trying to say, but we can engage in what we call as mentalizing. So what is to mentalize? And it's an attempt to understand what the other person is thinking. Yeah. And so the proofing can also be done by, by the way he acts, or the way he carry himself, the character carry himself, but also the choice of words that the character chooses at using, how he expresses belief and so forth. So again, this is another section under cognitive sciences, cognitive studies. All right, my favorite direction, and I've been doing this since 2011. I took up gender studies for my PhD. The study of both genders is definitely not going to stop at any time soon. You know, when Prof. Patkova talked about how the Japanese kabuki only limit it to male actors, it reminded me of how it was back in the ancient Greek period where, theaters were staged as form of rituals, as form of a worship, just like how we perform our Hajj. You know, it's an annual thing. They would gather to a certain place to worship a particular god, Dionysus, and so only men can only do this worship. So again, it's about gender. Why only men? And again, when Prof. Patkova said that, I'm sorry, Prof. Patkova, when Prof. Patkova said that women is too much to control in terms of their emotion, oh God, that again, a reality that again struck me when the recent Olympic president declared something against a woman. Again, gender studies is definitely an in thing and will stay relevant for some time. Yeah. So issues regarding empowering women and giving them agency, a decision to decide what they should be doing, is expected to remain relevant until a certain level of awareness on gender equality is received world globally. Yeah. Right. So albeit how developed a country is, you know, at certain point there are still nations, even among us within the Southeast Asia, who are still backward in terms of gender treatment, and women empowerment. Okay, so literary studies will continuously feature about this imbalanced distribution of power between the two genders, simply because it is cited in as part of UN SDG goal, which is predicted to end by 2030. So we are definitely, it's still a battle going on. So at present, the study of masculinity is also viewed from a descriptive, identity-based and post-structuralist approaches. So again, while there is still this discussion on women and on feminism, on the men's part, men are now more transparent. They're describing, they're trying to understand themselves. When I did my PhD on deviant masculinity, it was another attempt, it was another descriptive attempt at trying to understand one particular type of man, which is deviant masculinity. And when I based it on 18th century novels, I was looking at men during that time, where it was, they were basically governed by their social practices and social understanding that men should have certain characteristics. And in this case, in my PhD thesis, I basically tried to understand the bad man, not as in the Batman in the movies, but Batman, deviant man. Yeah. So how do they come to identify themselves? So anyway, back to our discussion today. So strands observed range from understanding masculinity and identity as belonging to who are the Asian American masculinity, Hispanic masculinity, Jewish masculinity, trying to understand. So it becomes more descriptive instead of prescriptive, like you should be this type of man, that type of man, which was more often found in the 18th century. So there's a progress, you see. So from prescriptive, we're now the more descriptive society or descriptive writers. So that itself will interest a lot at trying to, again, understand the types of men and our trying to understand how this sort of men view themselves. Yeah. So back again on the woman, the study of women, there's a possible direction that could include the reading of translated literary texts, because there will be more translated works commissioned, simply because we are interested to know about new cultures, new societies, meaning societies that have never been told before, like the Pakistani, the Afghanistani, the in fact, like what Prof. Akova presented just now, I'm still thrilled at trying to understand the Japanese society, the Japanese. Yeah. So again, translation could be could be our window of opportunity as trying to understand this unknown or unfamiliar cultures. And so again, with more translation available, that could provide us with one direction in literary studies. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to know more culture, read more lifestyles in different societies. Yeah. So simply because instead of focusing on the self as what we have been doing in the past few centuries, it's time to also talk about the others, who the others are, which includes us, stories about us. Okay. So when we talk about understanding gender, understanding race, yeah. So here comes another direction which has already started, but I see that it will remain relevant in the few years coming, simply because there's also a rising concern over discrimination, a rising concern over violence as a form of discrimination. So if we were to combine the three, race, class, and gender, that forms what we call as intersectionality. Yeah, right. So another direction that we can pursue on. Right, post-colonial studies. So like Indonesia, Malaysia was also colonized at one point. But have we actually asked ourselves, are we truly done being colonized? Are we now really independent? Or are we set for another form of colonization? What if there remains innuendos of colonization when we're still haunted by the past? We're still captives of the past. So we should ask these questions, yeah, in order to understand ourselves, yeah, because we can't definitely erase history. Histories are not deletable, yeah. It stays for a long time, but it's about handling the history. So until we are definitely liberated from our colonizers, again, that's itself is a subjective idea. We are truly liberated. Yeah. So as a colonized nation, Malaysia will continue searching and understanding issues regarding post-colonialism. Yeah. So be it at trying to totally erase it, or trying to reconcile with it, or even to give a new name to a new history of post-colonialism. Yeah, right. So we will still talk about our past and how we have come to detach or come to, to embrace it as part of our identity. Yeah, we're definitely going to still talk about it. So upcoming research might talk about decolonization. Yeah, or talk about, understand the past, how? Through travelogues, so I've done 2 articles which I based on travelogues. And it's also one way of understanding my forefathers, how the colonizers speaks about our forefathers. So again, who are we? We are in this world. We're trying to do our role, and we're also trying to understand ourselves. So this is also one way of at understanding ourselves. So another research could also look at grid issues, because with the development that colonizers brought in centuries ago, it also entails pollution. So how are we gonna somehow get out of that problem? So eco-criticism is definitely going to be one direction that we're going to still be talking about. Yeah. So other than that, of course, post-colonialism is definitely going to be tackled in its association with digital. Yeah, how to teach post-colonial in as part of an English class. Yeah, so in Malaysia, there are Malaysian English literature in English, Malaysian literature in English. And so this genre is categorized as a post-colonial text. So now that it is digitized, so the sharing again becomes easier, right? And people who have been colonized, they undergo trauma. And so again, the voicing of those who've never talked about. So this is where trauma will definitely be relevant in post-colonial studies, or in fact, of those who have experienced post-colonialism. So it's about sharing experiences, yeah, right? So there's a lot of interesting directions that we can go. I can't wait to start on them. Yeah. Of course, if you notice that I've said it before. I've said that literature was once prescriptive, and now it's descriptive. I said it earlier. So what if, in order to solve moral issues, moral decadence, what about if research goes into reverting literary writings into didactic writings that somehow prescribe people on what to do, simply because we don't know how at times to behave, you see? So by our talking about this text, how this text educate us, might just indicate or hint on novelists or playwrights to take up that role as an educator, yeah, as a moral guide at how to behave appropriately in a society. A lot of ideas. So so in terms of teaching of literature, okay, as a lecturer in UKM, I teach subjects that would actually prepare my students, my undergraduate students, who are teacher trainees to prepare for their teaching experience. So since I am in the literary section, literature, so the new approach would be to gear up at teachers who now excite students at producing things like storyboard, board creating, storytelling. Yeah, so this is where innovations can start to come in. Yeah, so how would teachers now engage at creating content, teaching materials, or gamifications like board games or applications in order to excite their own students? So I guess that's the more practical part of this presentation, yeah. But it deserves a research also, yeah. It deserves a focused direction in research. So again, COVID-19, like what Prof. Kova said, has definitely challenged us in a different way. If we're too comfortable before through the use of face-to-face online, face-to-face learning and teaching, we're now challenged, yeah, or forced to take up online teaching and online learning. So again, another room for opportunity for all of us as teachers. And it can be shared. It's a room for knowledge sharing. How would you effectively reach students who are at the remote areas, without losing their interest, without losing their attention to begin with? So what's the doable way of doing it? Okay, another direction. So finally, the 21st century alone pose a new learning challenges for the students to cope with in order to prepare for their graduate employability. So the teaching of literature is twice harder. Yes, I have to agree, especially for teacher trainees, since one of the aspects that excites the classroom is the teacher's passion in writing. Yeah, so if students can't see teacher's passion, it's not translatable. The spirit is not shareable. It's only obvious in on screen? How about the rest of the body where the teacher uses the hand, the body, the gesture in order to excite the class? So those parts might be missing. So again, that's another room for research, you see. Okay, so new norms, new challenges, not only for the students who are learning knowledge, but also teachers who are going to gauge at exciting students. So all references, I have referred to all this. I can only say thank you for listening. I think I've gotten extra excited. Yeah, so, so any questions, you can direct them to me afterwards. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanita, for sharing that incredible topic of discussion. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, so let me to highlight some of the important points from Dr. Hanita's presentation. She is trying to trace the upcoming directions and trends in literary studies. So one of the key is about the digital humanities. So talking about digital humanities, actually it is very wide aspects that are possibly included in this trend. Yeah? So we cannot avoid about the existence of the artificial intelligence as well in this case. So AI, I think, will be significant parts in the digital humanities. So at the same time, it also offers more challenge and creativity for the teacher, if we are talking at the teaching and learning or academic context, but also maybe for the writers and also for everyone who are interested in enjoying the literary work. So actually digital humanities give us more rooms to make any improvisation in all aspects of literary productions and then literary analysis, and also it offers the new way how to enjoy the literary work. Is that right, Dr. Hanita?
Yes, definitely. Of course, it has its hiccups. There will be some downtime, but I'm positive we're gonna definitely learn a lot more, through the use of digital.
Yes, so the digitization in this case becomes the keywords that maybe can ease all of our works. In the past, maybe we do it manually, and that takes a longer time. So I think that the energy should be allocated for the productivity works rather than on these technical works. So also you offer very nice ideas about the future directions, yeah, for the literary study, I think. So in the study of literature in educations, of course, it should be done in line with the spirit of prosumerism, and then classroom provide a source of inspiration and learnings. And I think that the COVID-19 has accelerated the developments of this digital humanities.
Definitely pushed us. We were reluctant at the beginning. We were not sure at least. But God definitely put us into this test. You see?
We're supposed to be in this recent condition in the next 10 or 5 or 10 years, but now we are forced by this condition. But actually it gives us very clear benefits about the developments of the digital medias. Right now, it seems that even most of us really enjoy using this digital platform. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Again, thank you, Dr. Hanita, for sharing with us very nice
Glad
ideas.
to share. Thank you for inviting
hopefully,
me.
this is something that need to be anticipated and also need to be cultivated from the beginning, so that we can empower all of the resources that we have, especially to find out the appropriate direction in the literary studies in this digital era. Okay, I'm sure that ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished participants of this discussion, you cannot wait for any longer for having discussion with our experts right now. But before that, I would like to greet Professor Kalia. Hello, Professor Kalia, are you ready for the discussion session? Actually, we have two questions here for Professor Galia. But before I read these questions for Professor Galia, maybe while waiting for, oh yes, Galia, are you ready to answer some of the participants' questions? Okay, like what we can read on the chat room. The first question is coming from Binti Aisyah, from Yogyakarta State University. So this question is for Professor Galia. Galia, according to your personal opinion and personal experience, not superficial, of course, what are the virtues of understanding different cultures beyond our own nations? Because until now, we still deal with conflicts among diverse nations. Yeah, I'm sorry, Galia. It seems that you're still muted. Yeah, okay,
No.
thank you. Yeah.
Well, this is a very, very important question. Like my experience is like, particularly with the students, that this is a way to make them being curious about the others. Also, kind of cultural events kind of unite the people. So the conflicts usually come because you do not understand the culture. So, like if you focus on like presenting different like performing forms, then you can get the students at least like interested and learn more. This is a way for me to overcome conflicts.
Yeah,
if I can add.
Oh yes, please, Dr.
Global citizenship is definitely an in thing for the 21st century learners. In Malaysia, we're gearing up at preparing our students to be global citizens, at trying to understand what others are going through. So performance, just like literature, provide that window at trying to understand what others are experiencing so that we are more tolerable with others. You know, how do I speak better with my Japanese colleagues without the knowledge of their cultural background? It might not be amiable, a friendly experience. It will turn to be a very distant, very awkward. So literature is another form of knowing. Performance is another form of knowing.
Yeah, I do agree with your statements about that. So this is the real challenge that at the same time can be our opportunity to create a more peaceful and harmony world.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Through literature and also performance. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's nice. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Kalia, we still have another question. This time is from Maulana Mualim, from Purwokerto. He is asking, we know that there are some performances depicting extreme scenes like violence, crime, blood, even nudity. In your point of views, can performances represent life as honest as possible to all audience, regardless cultural settings? What I want to know is your view on censorship, since maybe because you grew up in Europe in which maybe censorship does not exist there. So what do you say about this issue, Scalia?
I grew up during the communist times.
Oh, really? Yes, at that time,
So
Bulgaria is under the communist
censorship, but it's actually censorship is interesting how it functions to make people overcome it and learn more, which was probably typical of my generation, but I don't see it now in young people living in authoritarian societies. I can give China's example. Like my talk and actually my work mostly focuses on traditional performance, because it's the traditional performance where you can see what the culture has like crystallized as the specifics of the respective culture. So there are various type of performances, of course. Like there's also audience for any type of performance. We should always take into consideration the economic part, like that performance actually very often is staged to make money for like the performers themselves, the producers and everything. So I'm afraid that I have presented a kind of like very, very little fracture of how performance studies and traditional performance could be used. It's also like I'm focusing on the traditional one because young people, the students, like especially in Japan, that they are not particularly interested in traditional culture. And like, but I can see that by actually making them watch, they do get interested, and they also are very keen on comparing the different forms. Like, so all the papers were based on comparing. Of course, this means sometimes like a too simplistic approach to the comparison, but it still makes them think, makes them like broaden their perspective, and it makes them actually think also from gender point of view. Who is performing in the traditional performance? How different women are represented in Brazil, for example, compared to Japan. So the female students were very active, like
as always.
It's the same everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think what I say, the issues about censorships is not only on performance, but we also experience in the literary works. For example, in the Indonesian context, a long time ago, that we have some great poets whose works are forbidden to be read by young people at that times, because maybe most of that works contain what is mentioned by the ruler as the propaganda that maybe endanger their position and their power. So I think that we are then taught in a more deeper sense of about the values and norms. What kind of values and norms that needs to be included in both performances and also in the literary works, and which ones are should not be included in there? So what do you think?
I am like, of course, as someone who has grown up in a communist time and with censorship, I'm like all against it. So
yeah, really. yeah. So
it's wrong. Like, of course, the I mean, it should be very carefully approached, like if it promotes violence. But like, I'm quite surprised actually to what extent manga and anime, which are oriented toward young generations, are imbued with a lot of violence, and they have been even like banned in the US, but they are like popular in Japan. So the different cultures apparently have different tolerance towards this. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Dr. Hanita? What do you think about the censorships in, let's say, literary works, in which maybe the governments will restrict certain literary works not to be read by the citizens?
Right. I'm going to talk about this. It's going to be a biased opinion, however, simply because I'm a mother. I'm a Muslim, so I guess I have to somehow limit my response around those constructs. I wouldn't want my children to be exposed or overexposed at things that might lead them to fornication perhaps, because as a Muslim, fornication is definitely a big no-no. Yeah. So I think it comes back to the whole concept of what is knowledge. We're not trying to share information. Literature, just like knowledge, shares on the good values, good things, good behavior, good moral. So I think this is what the pemerintah or the rulers had in mind. They are just taking care of their, people under their governance, you see. So I can totally understand their sentiment and their worries. Yeah. I guess we can, we can allow some form of, exposure, provided that our young ones, our younger generations have a strong anchoring of moral. They've got strong rootings, cultural, religious, social rootings. Yeah? So because why? Albeit no matter where they go, they can fly high, can fly far. But if they have come to understand Islam, for example, or their cultural roots, I'm not worried at all. Yeah. So I guess as a parent, I am going to keep on telling myself, my children should be educated Islamically, along with the Malay values, good values. That's what I have to say.
So,
Also,
Kalia, okay, you want to add something?
I want to build up. So, besides, enculturating values in the younger generation, it also helps to teach them how to analyze. So that's when performance studies come handy, because like when they see violence or nudity or like on the screen or on the stage, it's important to have gain this skill, like to analyze what is happening and why it's happening, and not taking it literally, and then probably explain like to others that this is just another form of representation, and if it's too violent, it might be because violence actually provokes interest and it would bring money like sales. So this is
that's another thing that we have to teach our students, our children, that things shouldn't be taken at face value. You should be your own critical analyst, you see, to consider what is good, what is bad.
Yes, I really agree with that. So we don't, just enjoy any performances or enjoy reading any or watching any literary works without any critical thinking, because it is ourselves who knows about the limitations, about which ones that need to be adapted and which ones need to be left behind. So that's very nice opinions on this matter. However, we have another questions for Gali, I think, but of course, Dr. Hanita can also give your opinions on the same issues. Yeah,
Pakrova is too popular for me.
Yeah, she is the teacher for everyone here.
Yes, thank you, Prof.
Okay, so this time is from Ibu Ermina Sari, from Polytechnic Negeri Medan. Kalia, have you ever been in Medan before?
No, not yet.
In Sumatra, yeah?
Yeah, I'd love to go. I mean, I was actually planning to go back to Indonesia last year, and this pandemic.
Yeah. So if you are interested, Ibu Ermina, would you like to speak directly, Ibu Ermina, to Professor Galia, although you have typed your questions, but it's a privilege if you will
very nice, using digital sources properly.
Please, Ibu Ermina, your questions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Professor Galia and also Professor Dr. Hanita, maybe you can also put some, or share some ideas regarding about the teaching. Okay, actually there are three questions that addressed to Professor Galia. The first one is about, what are like the challenges you face when teaching the Japanese students related to the individual? You know, I ask you more specific in the individual performance, as you talk about the performance studies, but more to the individual, like in the class, for example, in terms of like, you know, gender, classes, national, and etc. That's the first question. And then the next is the second question is more like, how do you make the utility of the digital platform that you integrated in your teaching, so the student will learn the materials that you presented through the digital platform maximum. Okay. And the third is, will you like, you know, share your teaching experience? You know, I heard that you work in Japan almost like 20 years. I'm sure that you have a lot of
12, not
yeah, you know, I think I'm sure that you have a lot of
I will be 20
teaching, you know, the Japanese students. Will you share your teaching experience, you know, like before the pandemic and post the pandemic, or maybe still ongoing pandemic? You know, what makes them different in terms of like the individual active learning in the classroom? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Hermina. Was very comprehensive questions, Kalia. 3 questions, and the last is asking especially about your personal experience, maybe in the forms of the demonstration, maybe to tell us your teaching experience. Okay, Kalia, I'll give you time to respond this, but also maybe the second question is also for Dr. Hanita as well, yeah, because we are talking about how to get the maximum benefits of using digital platform in order to maximize or in order to expand the students' competence in each of the areas. Okay, now Kalia, you can respond first.
Thank you for these questions. They are quite challenging, actually, because they made me think. Like, we've been so busy during this last year, so I haven't really had time to think about the teaching processes and everything related. I actually, because the performance class is taught entirely online and on demand, as I said, so I haven't had any access to students and face-to-face communication. Only the first class I insisted that they join the Zoom class in real time, but the university policy was to hold the classes entirely on demand, which means asynchronous. Like, what I'm trying to teach the Japanese students about the individual performances, because I do gender studies and it's about presentation and this performance of femininity, which is like overly feminine and submissive somehow in Japan. They're brought up to be shy and like they have to express all these values, like, and whoever does not, because there are of course different type of girls and women everywhere around the world. So I'm like focusing that this is just an ideal, and through cultural representation you can analyze it as an ideal, as constructed form. Moreover, it's based on the traditional theater, which is all male theater, and it's actually this constructed body of the ideal female is constructed by the male actors impersonating women. It's, as I said, like, it's usually the girls that are far more active. Also, what I did, this connects to your second question. Actually, I teach the Japanese students entirely online, but in real time, I teach this consortium of Japanese studies in Kyoto, which is an American university program, and it's like the Ivy League, and they're very active. Also, the other class in traditional theater and festivals are also mostly foreign students. So there's quite big difference, like they're more active and they're more eager to know. But I wish I had more access to the Japanese students. And that's why I think that the Japanese university policy to have the classes entirely on demand and not in real time is not doing any good, because you don't have access to the students at all. The digital platform is like, even like regular classes, because I teach performance, I teach all the courses are related with visual materials. So usually half of the class I show visual materials. And but what I'm missing during this pandemic teaching is actually the students' response, the immediate response of the students when they see, like, because it's different when they watch at home. And then,
Exactly.
yeah, so this is really
Yeah.
something I miss, and I miss the discussions, because I tried to do discussions on in real-time classes, but like some students, they don't have good internet connection. Others like are among people and cannot talk, so it's quite challenging. But actually what I realized that I have managed to do was to give the students a lot more materials to read and especially to watch, because the universities gave us access to DVDs, and especially when we suddenly transitioned to online teaching. And so during the lockdown, the students had nothing else to do. And they watched far more materials than we would watch in class. Like if in class I would show one video and would give them one article to read, now like the materials were probably like 3 or even 4 times more. And even if they didn't see it immediately, like they would have access and they can always get back and watch. So this was a plus for me. So I actually hope that we would be able to teach in this way, like this mobility we got, like the online classes, because it means that we as lecturers could go somewhere on like even half sabbatical or on a conference and teach from distance. Like I do hope that this pandemic at least would give us the chance to change a little bit the traditional mode of teaching. And just to add one more thing, like AK University, we had a kind of experimental lesson. There is an American university which is called Minerva University, and they teach entirely online. I didn't know about them. They teach and they have the students actually go to different campuses around the world. In the US, in Europe, in Asia, they have campus in India, they have campus in Taiwan, and I think in Thailand as well, also in Japan. So they do have the experience like of these international students abroad. And from the campus, not from their own houses, but from living on campus, they do classes online with the lecturers who are all over the world. But it's a very expensive platform, and it's actually great because you can make the students participate. You can point at something we can't do with Zoom. You can point at this student if you see that they're absent-minded, and then get them involved. Like it's very, very close to an actual classroom.
Wow.
But it costs too much to because this is how they they sell the platform.
Can you share the name? Can you share the name?
Minerva. Like I Googled them because I was kind of skeptical, but I saw how it works. And the thing is that like almost 100% of their students, they get job immediately. So they get this very valuable experience to live in different countries. They study like mostly practical subjects. And they were entirely prepared for what happened last year.
Wow, yes, that's great experience. Yeah. Dr. Hanita, would you also give your opinions on the second question on the
Maximizing
utility of the digital platform, especially in literary education?
Right. Okay. So I can base only on my teaching experiences. So based on that 1 year on our ongoing experience, I noticed that this pandemic has actually pushed our students to maximize the use of online, you see. So although we don't get to see them face to face, but the spirit of being together is shared via their recording of their presentation, or even they get to somehow inculcate that spirit of teamwork, or working as a group, when we assign them to this sort of assignment. So when I assign them to group presentation, so not only they have to prepare, but them communicating with each other is also one way of making sure that they become better language users, of ensuring competency and proficiency. So that is one way. Presentation is definitely going to survive through this pandemic. The only thing would be how you're going to do presentation. So pre-recorded presentation is definitely one way, and I keep on trying to innovate my class at trying to make it alive, which is just like what I did just now. Yeah, I keep on asking questions, and then I think by occasionally including quizzes at some points during lecture helps me to not only trace who's there or who's not, but also to bring life to the class, you see. So not only like quizzes, like the game quizzes or Kahoot create this livelihood in classroom teaching. It somehow reduce a level of stress among students because they get to play, you see. I guess the whole idea of combining game as part of learning can still continue, albeit that we are apart, we are separated, and only communicate via online. So I think those two ideas could help you, Dr. Ermina.
Ermina, oh yes, that's very nice ideas that Ibu Ermina, maybe you can just try to practice this,
and just keep it simple lah, because keep it simple, but provide guide or directions, such as what Prof. Pokova said just now. She provided text by sharing them, sharing the document. I think that could somehow motivate students to read up later. If let's say that they weren't prepared before coming to class, they could still take up the reading assignment later. So anyway, we try our best and let's keep on trying, okay?
Yes. Okay, that's nice ideas. Dr. Hanita and also Galia, maybe we know about some of the downsides of the online teachings, maybe Galia has also just now mentioned about the difficult internet connection. I cannot imagine that it also happened in Japan. I thought it's only in our country. So hopefully in Malaysia doesn't have the same problems.
The problem is, I think, it's shareable. There is internet problem in Malaysia. Don't worry.
So we are in the same boat.
Yes, we are all in the same boat, definitely.
Okay,
especially when we show video materials, then it's like my connection gets worse after 4 p.m. and my classes are in the evening here, because there are, like, what the Japanese university did was to keep the international students, they did not come to Japan, but they did the year in Japan from their home universities. So that's why the classes, because of time difference, had to be at like 5 or 6 o'clock when my internet connection was very bad.
Okay. So dealing with this downside, what do you think about the proportions of synchronous and asynchronous in your online platform then?
I'm all for synchronous teaching, but also the way Minerva does it. So when the students are actually using their web cameras, not like being just logged in and you don't see them. Also, when you can have actual discussions with them, only then it makes sense to make it as close to the experience in real classroom as possible. Because otherwise you like, and the other thing that I was doing with this asynchronous teaching was because I send them materials. So I wanted feedback, and I made them every week post on the university system, a kind of like a very short report, which was impossible to read because like there were like 100 reports a week. So it's just to make sure that they've done something. And there was another drawback that some of them would just copy and paste what has already been written, and then you have to actually penalize it because that's not right. But yeah, it should be to make sense. It should be synchronous for me in real time.
Yes. Okay. What about you, Dr. Hanita? Do you have problems in terms of how to keep balance between both modes?
Okay, I noticed that in Malaysia, we've got this 14-week system for a semester. So it's a 14-week semester. So it's quite impossible to have a 14-week lecture. I mean, you say every week there's lecture. So what I did was I minimized it to a bearable amount, like 7 weeks of lecture, and the remaining would be asynchronously done, you see. So that somehow reduces, to my belief, the level of stress. But of course, there will be, there will be students who say, still I'm manageable and all. But again, we try to cater to this request. So other than that, I think when I finish with my lecture, which is done synchronously, which would take about 2 hours or 2 hours and a half, So not only Zoom has provided the recording, they got this recording access. Not only that, but they can always watch it later. So in a way, that is also one form of asynchronous way of teaching. So they can always recap on things that they might miss or they were not able to get when they were offline. So other than that, I also try to keep myself available if, let's say, anyone has any questions. So I try to use Telegram instead of WhatsApp, because at some point WhatsApp just disappeared in the middle of nowhere. I don't know where the message went. So my practice is using the Telegram. So I think if I were to trace back my experience dealing with COVID online teaching during COVID, I think at the beginning there was still resistance at trying to cope with online teaching and online learning. I remember getting feedbacks that was, oh God, it was so painful to even read through, because students had to. Why? Because students had to deal with not only the stress of learning online, but they also had to deal with home problems at home, like mom telling them to do things, at the same time they're trying to learn. So there's like it's an added stress to them. So I remember that was the first half of the online teaching experience lah. But I think gradually students are more receptive. They are welcoming the idea. I think they are also doing a lot of zikir and doing astaghfirullah all the time. So I like to record thank you to not only my students, but students all over, including in Indonesia, for keeping patience with your lecturers, because all of us are definitely in this together. All right.
Okay, so I think it's a very nice discussion. Later on, I'd like to ask you more in terms of the assessment and also the students' performance or the competence. Yeah, but we need to address to our participants here. We have another lady from Medan.
Pak Chandra.
Oh yes.
Pak Chandra.
Oh yeah.
Can I have a time for a while? It's still related to the the question.
Oh yes, Bu.
Just one more question.
Yeah, one more. Okay, Bu. Ermina, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to address to both of the presenters, Dr. Hanita and also Professor
Galia.
Well, you talk about like the only like challenges. It's more like you receive like the late responses, and then you miss the discussion. Like it's not like a real time class. Like when you raise questions or quiz, you give quiz, and then immediately the students can respond to your questions. And then how about like when you when you conduct ask the students to do the assignment? Excuse me, I have a little bit sore throat actually.
Get well soon. Get well soon.
So how do you conduct when the students send you a lot of work, like through your emails, when you assign the homework, for example, that need to be discussed? I think it's a very hectic, when you open your email, it's a lot of incoming emails to your inbox, because a lot of the students' assignment or homework that you assign for them, and then that you have to go through it, and then how do you manage? How do you manage your time when receiving the incoming emails like this? Do you give like feedback to the student one by one? You do the treatment, your individual treatment like that, or you make it like very general about that? Thank you. That's the last question. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for Ermina. Please, maybe Galia, you want to address this question particularly?
Yeah, then this is how I realized how important is the classes to be small. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I usually teach like Japanese studies or theater studies students, and classes are small. But this year, for the first time, I had a class and there were like 140 students.
Oh, wow.
Of these, only 110 actually submitted final papers. So this is possible in Japan, but I didn't know. And I was thinking to divide them in groups and make them do the what I call reaction paper, but rather a reaction comment, because I realized that if I get like 100 reaction papers a week, I have just to commit seppuku somewhere. Like, I was trying in the first few weeks. I was reading through all the answers and would summarize them. And in this way, I would summarize the content of the previous class on which the reaction papers were about, and then use this as a kind of transition to the new topic, because all the topics are related.
Yeah.
But like within half of the semester, it was impossible, because it takes so much time, and I was late with sending the feedback. And what I did, like I was reading through them, I wouldn't comment back, but I asked them actually when they submitted the final paper to also submit all these short weekly comments. After the paper is like copy and paste, so I can see if they have responded. And this was a way to also do the final grade, like based on the response paper and all this on the final paper, and whether they have submitted response paper, what have they written, like how much they have written and all this. And this is actually, I saw it from a Japanese colleague of mine who's also doing these huge classes. But like, I think these big classes, they're not doing they're not fair to the students themselves.
Yeah, that's not the good.
I don't know whether this is a practice in Indonesia. Like, I remember having such huge classes when I was a student, like literary theory class. But then we had seminars.
Yeah.
And the seminar, you have less people. In Japan, there's no seminar. The lecturer teaches the class, the huge class, and you don't have teaching assistants as well.
Okay, so class management is another factor, yeah,
yeah.
to support the success of this online teaching. Okay, what about you, Dr. Hanita?
I guess my take on that is just to turn it into presentations. I don't think having to mark through 100 papers is something good for the mental state of mind. in the long run, I feel that we're just gonna drain ourselves. So my take on it is to do presentations, group presentations instead of individual presentations or individual write-ups, because at the same time you have to take also care of yourself as a lecturer, and of course students as well. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it, I guess. If let's say that you've got a big class, so just put them into groups of 3, 4, and then maybe employ presentations. In Malaysia, we call it as pitching, tuntas, video tuntas. So let's say that you're supposed to do a task. Let's say they're supposed to come up with a solution to a problem. So the solution, instead of writing a write-up, so it could be recorded and talked about, presented in a video form. So that helps you to manage the overwhelming amount of marking papers and so forth. I don't know. I'm still experimenting.
Yeah, we all are, yeah. Like, it was impossible. I was thinking to divide them in 12 groups, like, so everyone can write a response paper within the group, but then they didn't know each other. So how do you like, it would have been, the logistics would be absolutely impossible. So I just opted like for everyone to watch and write something. So I'm sure that they have gone through the lecture notes and the video materials and the readings and respond. And actually the materials were interesting. So this is how you stimulate them to.
True.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. Okay, now we have a question from Ibu Rita Harisma from FKIP Universitas Muhammadiyah Sumatera Utara. Again, it's from Medan, yeah, the lady from Medan. This time is the questions to Dr. Hanita. If I'm not wrong, that you have told about the storytelling. My question is storytelling one of components in teaching literature? And how to make storytelling more interesting to teach literature?
I would say that it's not a component of teaching literature, but it's a way of getting students to be interested, to be motivated at learning the things that they learn from a literature class, you see. So in Malaysia, we've got this one component in the teachings of literature. Okay, we've got writing, reading, listening and speaking, and a part of the 4 skills, there's one more component, which is literature in use. So that is not assessed in Malaysia, but the thing is that teachers in Malaysia would actually employ storytelling. So storytelling here is it's actually a mix of words and action. So you get your students to tell a story. Yeah, not only that, ignite, the task is to ignite imagination. So I think the difficulty lies within igniting the listeners' imagination. How are you going to get them to imagine? So I guess when you want to ignite imagination, I guess that's where the one who's telling the story, the storyteller, has to take up more energy, just like a performer. I like what Prof. Pakova say that it's an everyday performance where teachers are performers,
performance.
We
Every
are all
action is
performers.
performance.
Yes. And I keep on telling my students that you have to view your teaching session as a performance. So you take up another energy. So people are going to somehow copy and somehow get that energy. Yeah. So I remember I once acted for theatre, Prof. Pakova. I remember there's a practice, like a pre-theatre practice where you have to, before you come into the stage, you have to somehow do some exercises that your energy is so high that the energy can be sensed by the audience. So as a storyteller, the same rule apply. You need to somehow project this energy to your audience that they can somehow get that energy and get also excited about what you're telling. So not only the use of adjectives needs to be included so they can visualize the things that you're telling, but also the use of props. You yourself as a storyteller, your energy must be high and mighty. It's just like an actor. When you do come across an actor, you always see them like there's no expression, they are always quiet or something, but once they're on stage, they're so alive, you see. This is the spirit of a performer, to which any storyteller should take up. They should be a performer in their storytelling.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think discussing about this, we need 7 days and 7
Oh,
nights.
yes.
It's. I think that's the.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, and I think that our participants have many questions to ask on this occasion, but unfortunately, because of the times that we cannot address to all of those questions. Now, before we close this session, I would like to give the last opportunity for our both presenters to give your final remarks on the issues being brought on this discussion. First, we will go with Professor Galia.
I want to thank very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to see all of you. It was like, I love the discussion. It's really a pity we cannot continue it. I hope in some way we are going to keep in contact. I definitely like to keep in touch, and because we have a lot more to exchange as ideas and experience. Like, we are going to be in this boat like for a while. Let's just keep it floating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. It has been like very, stimulating and enlivening. Unfortunately, because I live in Japan and I don't have good internet connection, I won't be able to join the next one. It's not as technically advanced country as everyone imagines.
Yeah. Okay, Galia, especially in our faculties, we are not familiar so far with the performance studies. Hopefully, you can be one of our experts later on if we are going to discuss these special things with you. Hopefully, you will be willing to assist us and to be friend forever for Fakultas
It would be
Sastra.
my honor, yeah. I would be honored too.
Thank you so much, Galia. Now I'd like to give the chance for Dr. Hanita to give your concluding remark.
I think with the pandemic, I think we have to take up this one particular spirit, we have to take up the fighting spirit. So this fighting spirit is not just in our learning, in our teaching, but also in our endeavor as researchers. So as I speak, I call upon my research peers and research colleagues to keep on fighting. Gambate.
Okay, so this is very inspiring words, and I'm sure that we will remember that for the rest of our life, especially. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the end of our session. Thank you very much for Professor Galia and also
Thank
Dr.
you, organizers. Thank you so much.
You're brilliant moderator.
Thank you,
Yes,
moderator.
hopefully this is not the end of our collaboration.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the future,
Thank you.
we can still collaborate in
Yes.
other activities, maybe
Boleh.
in joint research and then joint publication or joint conference or whatever any collaboration. OMP is welcome for that activities. Now we are really push our university to the international levels. We would like to engage the global community in a more serious way so that we will be the part of the global community. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big virtual applause to both
the organizers and the moderator as well.
speakers. Thank you very much.
You too, Prof. Pokova. Well done. I've learned a lot.
Well done, everyone. Okay. So I myself, I would like to ask for apologies for any inconvenience caused by my words or my action during this session. And thank you very much. See you, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Respect to you, the master of ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra.
Thank you.
And thank you for the session one. It's very insightful for the Professor Dr. Galia Petkova and Assistant Professor Hanita Hani Binti Ismail. It's very grateful presentations. I hope the audiences can get all the knowledges and can emphasize themselves in the subject. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, the first session is over. We will go into the second session.
But before we go to the second sessions, we have the break time. The break time approximately spend time 45 minutes from the 11:30 until 12:30 until
12:30.
12. Okay. I'm sorry for.
Okay. And the next session will be start at 12:30 p.m.
And the next agenda will be delivered in the second sessions to the Assistant Professor Dr. Konwilpa Punpon and Mrs. Swidia Nirmalawati SSMI, and the moderator will be Mr. Faisal PhD. The next, before we get the break time, we have the performance for the video play. I hope the audiences and all of you can enjoy the show of the video and can emphasize or maximize your time, the break time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Universitas Muhammadiyah.
Bersama sebuah harapan, genggam tangan para kawan bersama meraih masa depan.
Tapi ini pemenang, unggul di setiap cobaan, modern dalam setiap pikiran, disemi dalam pijakan.
To be the best, being the smart, making success. Excellent guys, to be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellence. Kami bukan pecundang yang hidup tanpa pilihan. Sebagai Abdullah Khalifah, aku akan berilmu lalu amalkan.
Kami ini pemenang, unggul di setiap cobaan, modern dalam setiap pikiran, Islami dalam pijakan.
To be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellent guys. To be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellent guys. To be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellent guys.
To be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellent guys.
To be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellent guys. To be the best, being the smart, then get success, excellent guys.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan Islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan Islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan Sukses. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan Islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan Islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Duku Walu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan Islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan Islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuh Walung Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains. Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BAS, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan Islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan Islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, smart, dan sukses. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami. Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto telah mencatat secara panjang untuk mencapai unggul, modern, dan islami. Berawal dari Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuh Waluh Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world-class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Mahasiswa juga difasilitasi dengan unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan Islami.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, finally our break session has over. So we will going into the next sessions.
So the next session will be delivered by Assistant Professor Dr. Konwipa Punpon from Konken University and University Thailand, and Ibu Widya Nirmalawati SSMA from Fakultas Sastra Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. So the second session will be handled by Mr. Faisal, PhD. Mr. Faisal is a language instructor who graduated from School of Curriculum and Pedagogy, Faculty of Education and Social Work, the University of Auckland, and his research interests are teacher, TFL, writing instruction, teacher professional development, and call. Please welcome our moderator for the second session, Mr. Faisal, PhD.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the second session, Mr. Faisal, PhD. Time is yours.
Thank you, the Master and Misters of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Semangat siang and kia ora koutou. How are you, everybody? Is everybody in a pretty good shape today? Hope so. Yeah, how was your isoma? Istirahat, sholat, and makan? Oops, sorry, we are fasting. Okay. I'm pretty sure that everybody's in pretty good shape, and regardless of the fasting moment today. Or anybody feeling hungry and thirsty? Hope not, of course. So. Okay. dear honorable speakers and audience. Now, my Heremai, welcome to the second plenary session of the second international seminar on literature and linguistics. And I'm Faisal, and so honored to be the moderator of this session. In this session, we are going to be, there will be two main sessions. The first is the presentations from the two speakers, and the second session will be the question and answer, which we are looking forward to having. Okay. Firstly, as I mentioned before, we are going to listen to the presentations delivered by our two great speakers. The first is Assistant Professor Dr. Kornwipa Ponpon. I'm sorry for the mispronouncing. If I mispronounce your name, sorry. Sawadikap anyway.
Selamat siang.
Selamat siang too. And the second will be Ibu Widya Nirmalawati, SSMA, and they are going to discuss their insights pertaining to the current trends, the current research trends in the literature and linguistic fields. Oh yeah, before I forgot, please everybody put your microphone in a mute, or please mute your microphone, so there will be no distraction. Okay, however, I'd like to inform you that the first presenter would be Dr. Korn, if you don't mind if I call you that way.
Yeah,
And the second, thank
good.
you. And the second will be Ibu Widya, if you don't mind if I call you that way. Thank you, Ibu Widya. Okay, now, without further ado, what is that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Widya. Okay, now, as I mentioned before, the first speaker will be Dr. Korn. Allow me to inform you of what is that brief curriculum vitae of Dr. Korn. As she wrote here, she earned her PhD degree in applied linguistics in America, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Dr. Korn?
Yes, that's
Good.
right.
Okay. Currently, she is the Vice President of Thailand Association of Applied Linguistics, as well as the chair of the MA, the Master of Arts in English program. She's also the head of the Center for English Language Excellence. Wow. And in the meantime, she's also the head of the KKU, Smart English Innovation Team at Khon Kaen University in Thailand. And in particular, she is very much interested in second language assessment, corpus linguistics, EAP, and ESP pedagogy. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in this current presentation, she's going to talk about the current studies and the future directions of corpus linguistics in Thailand. In particular, she will highlight the use of the corpus linguistics in linguistics and applied linguistics in applied linguistic studies, particularly in Thailand. And especially, she will emphasize on how the researchers in Thailand have utilized corpus linguistics in their research for the past 20 years. And I'm sure that this will be a must to listen and discuss presentation. I myself also very much interested in this topic. Okay, so without waiting any longer, please welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Kornwipa Ponpon. Dr. Korn, time is yours.
Thank you for the nice introduction. I have 45 minutes, right?
Yes, sorry, Dr.
Okay, right. So it is my honor to be a speaker at the conference, the second international seminar on literature and linguistics, right? So today my talk is going to be about corpus linguistics research in Thailand, because since we are in the technology world and corpus linguistics seem to be, I think, the answer for linguistic and applied linguistic studies in the technology world these days. So I would give you a case study about corpus linguistics research in Thailand, the current studies and the future directions. I'm going to talk about, first of all, corpus linguistics and introduce you some key concepts of corpus linguistics that I think many of you are familiar with this field of the applied linguistics. And then I'll talk a little bit more about corpus-based approach. Before I talk about my investigation in corpus linguistic research in Thailand, since I think it's quite new field in Thailand, it's only 20 years since I traced back, like kind of Google and search for articles about corpus linguistics back. So I found the first article in 2001, right? So it's about 2 decades. So we'll look at the current studies in 2 decades of corpus linguistics, and then after I kind of investigated the research, I see some future direction of corpus linguistic research in Thailand. First of all, you may know that corpus linguistics is actually a methodology. This is from Dr. Bibers, which is one of my dissertation committee. So he said that corpus linguistics is a methodology which involves the analysis of actual language use in natural texts, right? So the key term is the actual language use in natural or authentic context. And it utilizes a large and principal collection of natural texts, what we call corpus, as the basis for analysis. So if you collect natural text, that could be your corpus. So even though it's a small or it's a large one, but in order to increase the reliability of your data, the larger the better, right? But it also depends on the purpose of your study as well. And corpus linguistics makes extensive use of computers. Of course, you have to be able to run the computer program, because it utilizes both automatic and interactive techniques in the program that we are using for this kind of study. It also depends on corpus quantitative and qualitative analytical techniques. So it's not only the quantitative findings according to Biber, but the most important thing is when you see the findings, when you see the frequency of occurrences or numbers, what does it mean, right? So the gist or the gust of the researcher is the most important thing. How do the researchers interpret the findings? How can we learn from the findings, from the quantitative data that we have got from the computer program, especially the patterns of the language that we have observed, okay? So this is corpus linguistics. But before I go into detail, let's talk about what is a corpus. It might be new for many of you and might be familiar for a lot of you. A corpus is a collection of pieces of language that are selected and ordered according to explicit linguistic criteria in order to be used as a sample of the language. This is according to Sinfei in 1996. The underlying words are the key words that I would like to highlight. And then, according to Biber, a corpus is a large and principal collection of natural text. So we have to have a principle or criteria to select the text, right? In order to be the samples of the language, because we cannot analyze all language, all amount of language that we have seen or we have encountered daily, because it's everywhere, right? So we need to have some sample of the language to analyze. Another definition for corpus is it is used in a modern linguistics as a collection of sample texts, written or spoken. So both written and spoken could be sample text. And it should be in a machine readable form, which may be annotated with various forms of linguistic information. By the word annotated mean we can assign or we can give part of speech to our corpus. after we collect the data or we collect the text as well. So this is a corpus. And why do we use corpus? Oh, before that, the text in a corpus, if you may notice that it should be machine readable text, an authentic text, which is kind of the language that we use in authentic situation or natural language. And the text, as we cannot collect all information or all data, all language we have spoken or someone have written, so we need some sample text. And you need to make sure whether your corpus is going to be a representative of a particular language or a particular genre of language that you are going to investigate, right? We use corpus because many corpus linguists said that intuition alone is not enough. We cannot rely on intuition when we talk about language. For example, the word appropriate, proper, and suitable, they are synonyms. But how can we use it? Is appropriate always replaceable by the word proper or suitable? Sometimes we don't know, especially we are EFL learners, right? So we need to have some evidence to show us that, oh, maybe appropriate is the most frequently used in a particular genre, maybe in academic writing, but not in spoken language, that kind of thing. What about think of and think about? Should I use think of when I talk about someone, or should I use think about when I talk about something? You know, this kind of thing we have learned from the book, right? But what about people use in their authentic situation in America, maybe in England, in Australia, or in other countries? Okay. And for another example would be if conditionals. You know, so we said we know that there are a lot of categories of if conditionals, 3 types of if conditionals. But actually, do people use the 3rd type of if conditional really? Is it the most used type in an authentic situation? You know, because in the textbook, we have learned all 3 types, right? But in reality, what about which one is rare? Which one is the most used? So do we have to, or is it appropriate for us as an EFL learner to learn every type of conditional, right? So this kind of thing can answer the question about using corpus. And sometimes when you talk about some particular features, you know, or you have some problems about grammar and you ask your native speaker about, you know, how can you use the word can, for example? And then your native speaker would say, oh, we use can instead, more can as a showing ability than container. Is it really? You know, sometimes the native speaker cannot really answer the question. So because they kind of answer it from their intuition or their instinct or what they have used to. So we need to check whether it's true or not, or is it reliable really, right? And the native speakers cannot really provide some information like about frequency of occurrences of some particular phrases or sentence or words, right? So this is another reason why we use corpus. And also sometimes it helps answering questions of usage easily. For example, how frequent is the word actually used? You know, I think I use a lot of the word actually in my speaking, but is it really kind of natural in using actually in a spoken language? Is actually typical in spoken or written modalities? See, does actually typically start a sentence or utterance? For me, I use actually at the beginning of the sentence. What about you? What about other people in the world? What about American English speakers? What about British speaking English, right? What is the function of actually, right? Is it like really similar to really or not, right? So this kind of thing could be answered by using evidence from corpus analysis. Okay? So there are many types of corpus or corpora as a plural. So I will talk about written and spoken corpus, general language purpose and specialized language purpose, plain text and annotated text, native speaker and language learner corpora. So we divide corpus using different criteria. The first one we use genre, written and spoken corpora. So you may be familiar with Brown corpus. This is like very old one, right? Very classical one. Standard corpus of present day edited American English, we call Brown. Or the Lancaster University have a lot of corpora too. Lancaster Oslo Burton corpus, the Frown corpus, or the corpus of British English at the very early period of time. These are examples of written corpus. Spoken corpora are famous after the written one, right? The Lancaster Spoken English corpus is very famous. Cambridge of Nottingham corpus of discourse in English, or Can Code, you may have seen this. Some Michigan corpus of academic spoken English. This one is very interesting too. And Wellington corpus of spoken New Zealand English. Well, this is spoken language only. What about corpora that include both written and spoken language? American National Corpus, British National Corpus, and corpus of contemporary American English, because they collect spoken and written text from different sources, like for example, Kolkar. The newest version of Kolkar includes some kind of TV shows or some kind of blogs as well, or web page as well. So these are the corpora that we call existing corpora. It's already there and developed by universities or some organizations. For general and specialized corpora, this is on purpose, right? Depends on purpose. For the general English or general use of language, daily use of English, we have Brown, right? We have British National Corpus, American National Corpus, that you can investigate particular features in general English or everyday use English. On the other side, we have specialized corpora, which is more like ESP corpora, like computer science corpus of the HKUST corpus of professional spoken American English, or acknowledgement corpus, a collection of acknowledgement from the thesis, right? Block authorship corpus, or air traffic control corpus. So these are compiled or developed by universities, right? And companies or institutes. What about plain text and tagged text, right? Plain means the text that you have collected and it's there, just maybe your students' essay writing, right? But if you would like to analyze some part of speech or grammars of the students, you may tag, we call tag. We can tag text, right? When we tag text, you can see that we have the red, the highlight in red one. These are the part of speech, right? VBG means verb as gerund, right? Gerund verb. NN means noun. So there are some codes after each word for you, and each code represents something. You're going to have some kind of a list of code so that you know what is it actually, right? So we call plain text and tag text. Okay. Native speaker and language learner corpora. So we have native speakers, we know, like American, British, Australia, New Zealand, okay? And the language learner corpora, which is electronic collections of text produced by language learners, and who are actually the language learners. So Granger define that those who learn a language which is neither their L1 nor official language in the country, where they live varieties of English in grassroots expanding circle, right? Like in Thailand, yes, we have language learner. In Indonesian for sure, right? We are EFL learners. So our students' language are considered language learners. And these are some English learner corpora that I have collected from this website. For example, the one that I have used is the first one, International Corpus of Learner English. This one is include a number of L1 background, I mean different L1s, right? For example, Thailand, Japanese, I'm not Indonesian. I think there's Indonesian in it too, right? And also some the International Corpus Network of ASEAN Learners of English, IGNOL. These includes essay writing from 10 ASEAN L1 language in this corpus. And this corpus is a compilation of the text by a Japanese researcher, right? And it includes both written and spoken, right? If you can see International Teaching Assistant Corpus, ITA Corp, this is a variety of L1s too, but it includes only spoken language, for example. You can also develop your own learner corpora as well, right? So now we're going to talk about corpus-based analysis. What if we would like to analyze our corpus after we collect text, after we collect student essay or we collect some kind of news from newspaper, right? What is the corpus-based analysis? We use the corpus-based analysis because we would like to draw some authentic use of language, right? We would like to see how people use language in authentic text or in real text or in daily life situation or in academic context, for example. We use computer-based analysis because we know that they can retrieve differences that intuition cannot perceive. Like I said, we need some evidence to confirm our assumption or to confirm the actual use of language in authentic situation. And of course, the more data that we have, the more confident we think that we're gonna get from our data, and we're going to have reliable quantitative data from corpus-based approach. Okay. The common purposes, according to Barlow, he said that the purposes of using corpus-based analysis to highlight importance of lexical grammatical resources, lexical and grammatical resources, to reveal typical grammatical features, for example, verbs, particular types of verbs maybe, that are associated with grammatical constructions, to complement to textbook language. Okay, because maybe textbook is also not based on corpus, right? Textbook is based on theory, right? So we would like to kind of confirm what the language that is included in the textbook by using corpus-based analysis to help to do that as well. To examine textbooks or course materials, we can call that as student input, right? A lot of studies that I have investigated also mention textbook corpora or course material corpora as well. They investigate the language in the textbook, both in-house textbook and commercial textbook, to see what the students have learned in particular courses. And to explore learner corpora for, you can do that for many purposes, like to see whether they have errors in using language or not, to see the inter-language, to see language development of the learner, to see the kind of language competency of the learners as well. Okay. So these are common purpose mentioned by Marlowe in 10 years ago, right? And the key analysis for that, people said that according to Jones and Wallers and other researchers said that, well, most of them do the analysis on frequency. They would like to see the occurrences, frequent occurrences of some particular linguistic features. They look at chunks of language or colligation or collocation of language. And also sometimes they look at semantic prosody. The meaning, they focus on the meaning of the language as well. For example, when you look at synonyms, right, you're going to look at both the syntactic and the semantic of those synonyms. So for lexical areas or features, you can look at single word, or collocations like co-occurrences of words, or some phrases that are always confusing for a Thai student or for Indonesian students, or lexical bundles that are common in some particular language, right? You can look at frequent words, range of words across genres, look at the word combinations, a typical usage of some particular words to semantic connotations. Also, you can look at grammatical features like frequent, particular grammatical features maybe in textbook, in novels, in conversation, or a range of grammatical features as well. So these are some ideas based on Jones Wallers, pretty much, and other researchers. So in reality, people apply corpus linguistic to many areas under not only linguistic, but for applied linguistic as well. For example, SLA, ELT, ESP, or discourse analysis, and testing and assessment as well. But let's see what's going to happen in Thailand. I will show you in a few minutes. Before we go to my study, I would like to also talk about concordance programs or analysis tools that researchers usually used. Okay, so first of all, wordsmith tools. Many of you may know this. Wordsmith tools can be used to generate word lists, to find collocations. Oh, they can do so many things. And it's very easy to use, so there's a manual, and you can walk through the program by a step-by-step guide, right? And Kong. Oh, I forgot to tell you that wordsmith tools, you have to pay for using the program. For Kong, this is free software, right? So you can do, so many things using Kong as well. For example, under Kong, you can create a discipline-specific corpus, and core gen, right? The most frequent use, the most common one is the Kong, which you can do to generate word list, right? But now there's new functions added on. To create a discipline-specific corpus, you can use core gen, right? And word profilers. This one is good too. I use it to profile the vocabulary level and complexity of text. You can also generate n-gram or open slot n-gram by using n-gram, right? And also you have tagger. Remember the word tagger? That means if you like to assign part of speech to the text, you can do n-quote tagger together with n-call. Or you can use tag and to tag part of speech in text, right? So there's so many functions under the this program. Taggers, okay, the most popular one would be clause, I think. And wordsmith can tag and also can tag, right? All right, so let's talk about corpus linguistic studies in Thailand. I looked at the research articles that have published in Scopus Index and journals that index at the national index in Thailand, because I think it's quite new to Thailand. It's only maybe 20 years that we have the first article, which I think I'm kind of positive. The first paper that published in 2001 is my paper. it's the report from my master degree thesis, right? So I think, and I cannot find any articles before that. So I think my paper is the first one at that time. So, but I'm going to go back and then look for the older one. Okay. So I kind of search all the research articles that are published in these journals, and I found 66 research articles. Okay. Those that are published in proceedings, right now I excluded that because I would like to see the good papers, the best quality papers first, and then I can go back and look at the proceedings paper later. So I found 66 research articles. The criteria that I select the articles, I think I will kind of select those studies that were conducted in Thai context, in Thai classroom or using in Thai universities and those kind of stuff. And the papers were written by Thai researchers as well. Okay. And the framework that I used to analyze those papers are from Jones and Wallers in 2015 and Hunston in 2002. These are two books that I have used in my corpus linguistic class as well. So the areas that I looked at, because I would like to tally the areas of interest from the research articles. So I have frequency. So the studies that talk about frequency of vocabulary would be one category. Lexicography is, I treat it as a different one because lexicography is more about building a dictionary. You cannot really look at the frequent word occurrences only, but you need to concern more about semantics, right? So both frequency and semantic, syntactic and semantic as well for lexicography. And the third category is collocation, phraseology, and syntax. Collocations means a group of words that co-occur together more often, right? And phraseology means the words that occur together based on the syntactic, structure, okay? So phraseology and syntax are quite similar. Semantic prosody, so something about meaning, right? And then translation, this is, I moved from linguistics study to the applied linguistics a little bit because I would like to know whether Thai researchers can apply corpus linguistics in, applied linguistics or not. Translation, right? So it has to be Thai English, English Thai. And then literary studies and stylistics, right? Look at the language in this area, in the stylistic area, discourse level, right? And of course, ELT, right? English language teaching, as well as the interlanguage or some competence of language from the learners. These are the frameworks. I also have the operationalized areas or meanings under each category, like I have mentioned. Frequency, I would look at study that have word list creation, frequency of general words, academic words, technical words, or vocab profile in some national exam. That's example. Lexicography, building a dictionary. Collocation and phraseology refers to those focuses on collocation, phrasal, syntactic analysis. Semantic prosody reflect the studies concerned with the meaning of words, groups of words, discourse at the discourse level. And in translation, they have to have parallel corpora. And literally stylistic in discourse, pedagogical corpus-based studies for ELT. And for interlanguage, this one is quite hard. It's like emerging area that I have found in the papers. So it's more about learners use a particular features in their production of language, about writing quality, about linguistic errors, about the use of their language, and then they have L1 transfer, or about their language competence. So I call these kind of areas under interlanguage. Okay. What I found, I'm going to report the results into 4 parts: the analysis areas and research design, from the Thai researchers, and then the focus genre that they include in their studies, and the corpus design, whether they use like existing corpus or they have their own compilation of text or not, and the analysis programs that they use in their studies. So first of all, the areas of analysis. I investigated 66 articles. However, 3 articles happen to include more than one area of analysis. So I would look in this slide at only 63 research articles that have a single or sole area of focus. Right. The most areas that are of interest of Thai researchers are under collocation, phrase, and syntax. 45% of them, almost half of them, do their research in collocation. They analyze words, they analyze groups of words, phrases, and look at some grammatical features, which is syntax, right? And the second most popular one is looking at frequency, some kind of word list, creating some word list. And after that would be interlanguage, right? The rare area is, the most rare is the lexicography, only 1%, and semantic, only 1%, right? That's interesting, right? So I would like to see some kind of development of the areas of the analysis. So I divided them into 2 groups. The first group is the pioneer, starting from 2001 to 2010, right? 10 years before this. And then the next group would be the second half of the decades, right? In the first half of the decades, there are only 10 papers. Only 10 papers happened in those 10 years, right? But you see the big jump of the research in this area. 53 of them, have been published in the next 10 years, right? So the early stage of the papers in the first decade would be focusing on frequency. Look at the green graph, lexicography and collocation, and one is in ELT, right? So most of them focus on building word list, right? What about those in the second decade, in the current one? So the most popular one is, you can look at the orange graph. The most popular one is collocation, phrase, and syntax, right? And then interlanguage, followed by frequency, right? Frequency is still on the stage, right? And ELT has become more popular, right? So research, example of research. So the first one is my research. Remember I told you vocabulary input. So I analyzed the input in science and technology in-house materials at 2 universities and then compare them, right? And some kind of corpus-based analysis in the psychological, this is from Gao Pangam, is about psychological field. And then a corpus-based vocabulary selection of grade 1 to 3 Thai EFL learners, a corpus-based study of English synonyms in 2010. So these are examples of the research in those days.
Excuse me, Dr. Korn, to
Yes.
interrupt you.
Yeah.
That there will be only 15 more minutes for you to present.
15 more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Sorry for the
Yeah.
interruption.
Yeah, I'll be in time for sure. And then studies, when I look at the areas for each area in the framework, you can see some examples of studies on collocation and physiology and syntax. For example, they study collocation and pattern of high frequency words in a small learner corpus, right? collocation of keywords found in insurance research articles, right? Measuring grammatical complexity. This is more, the first one is collocation and the later is grammatical complexity. Discourse markers in business English conversation in chat text. Adverbial connectors in argumentative essays. If conditionals, right? Linking adverbials, phrasal complexity. So connectors seem to be very important for Thai students. So we study that a lot. What about word list study and lexical analysis? Look at this. English vocab in the course materials is similar to my study used in engineering students textbook, right? And then development of science academic word list, academic technical vocab in chemistry, in finance, and in zoology. These are academic word lists. Interlanguage and language competence. So a number of researchers focus on error analysis, collocational errors, cross-linguistic influence on L1, on L2 collocation production. Preposition partner errors, see that? So they see the interlanguage or language development of the learners. Cohesive devices and academic writing quality of Thai undergraduate students. These are about interlanguage and language competency. And language teaching, they use DDL, or we call data-driven learning, which is the implicit teaching of vocabulary or of grammar or of language using the concordance line. So the effect of concordancing-based teaching on vocabulary learning for EFL learners, effects of corpus in learning vocabulary for secondary level students, effect of collocation instruction, right? Vocab collocation instruction. Remember the three studies that I kind of exclude them because they involve both syntactic and semantic analysis, right? For example, English synonyms, right? Study of English synonyms, appropriate, proper, and suitable. How are they used in authentic text, right? So you need to look at both syntactic and semantic of these words. English present perfect in authentic use and textbook. Semantic prosodies, collocations, study near synonym, right? So this kind of thing require analysis under syntax and semantic. When I kind of analyzed the research articles, research studies based on their design, so this is ranked by the most frequent one first. So most of the studies use descriptive method to explain the language used in corpora, right? So they use language description using concordance lines to explain the phenomenon of language occurrences. And then quantitative, a number of studies use a lot of frequency. They need to show the number of words occur in a particular text, you know, in order to make sure that it's kind of worth discussed the particular language, right? Some studies use mixed method, so they provide a number of words, most frequent words, as well as a description of the phenomena. A small number of studies compare occurrences of linguistic features in two corpora or more, right? Only 6 papers focus on experimental design, which is pre and post-test design. Those are related to ELT, English language teaching. These are examples of the descriptive studies, right? Like L1 transfer to explain the language use. For example, according to, because of, and due to in the Thai university writing, using relativizer where, right, in interlanguage perspective, using synonyms, different synonyms. Looking at frequency, they just provide the frequency. So these probably are the studies that is related to building word list most of the time. A mixed method is on the corpus-based investigation of macro microstructure in applied linguistic research articles in TCI-based database, descriptive and pedagogical dimension, right? So they use both descriptive and then some kind of frequency. And in this study, they also use questionnaire to ask the researchers about their language used in research articles as well. Or exploring text lexical grammar interface, plural nowadays, they use both descriptive and frequency to do that. Comparative studies, investigation discourse markers in conversation, right? In argumentative writing, compare between two corporas in Thai students and in native English speakers. Discourse markers used by Thai and Indonesian students, right? And adverbial connectors used by Thai and American students, present perfect by Thai and native English speakers, and then boosters in applied linguistic dissertations written in Thailand and in the US, right? So there's some more room for this kind of study, comparative studies. Experimental design would be effects or impact of corpus teaching on something, especially vocabulary learning, right? Now, if we look at the genre of the corpus that's used a lot, see that the most popular one is the written genre, right? And rare is spoken language. Oh, spoken language is because it's hard to collect spoken data, and then you need to transcribe the data, put it in a text file, you know, so it's wasting, spend more time than written one. Under the written genre, the most popular genre under written one is the English for academic purpose, right? About 34 papers looking at written genre in academic setting. So those involve so many disciplines. Okay. So looking at it in detail, in the written genre, they use in EAP corpora a lot, and EAP corpora usually compiled from textbooks, research articles, abstracts, student essays, learner corpus, theses. Okay, for ESP corpora, they use business email, business economics news, legislation text. Okay, for general use, they collected data from BNC, from novels like Jane Austen novel or Harry Potter. Right, newspaper of Thailand, The Nation and the Bangkok Post, news editorials and articles. Okay, they also use COCA. COCA is a combination of written and spoken, but particularly for written one, there are a combination of so many disciplines, you know, from textbook, from research articles, from newspaper as well. For spoken, the rare genre used in the studies, test-based spoken responses in EAP setting, and ESP, they use Dr. Talks and cooking shows, right? For both genre, written and spoken, they collected their own one, specialized, then they call it specialized corpora. And also COCA, which include the more recent one, which is the TV shows, right? All right, so the focus disciplines. So apart from genres, the disciplines that these studies focus on we can divide it into three major areas, like medical science, science, technology, and humanities and social sciences. For medical science, they look at medicine and nursing in subdisciplines. For science technology, they look at zoology, chemistry, general science, industrial. Humanities and social sciences, business, economics, finance, law, and insurance, right? So there are more disciplines that you can, or we can have more investigations on it. Corpora used in the study, many of them use existing corpora as the reference corpora when they would like to compare something. They use COCA, BNC, American English Corpus, or you can use existing dictionaries like Longman dictionaries or Colbill's Learner Dictionary. They also use general service list and academic word list as well. On the other hand, some researchers, many researchers actually, compile their own corpora. They use learner corpora from essays, from tests, writing tasks, abstract dissertations, And they also use standard language corpora, like they collect textbooks, research articles, newspaper, doctor talk, and cooking shows. Okay. Analysis program, most of them use ANCOM because it's free, of course. And then COCA, Wordsmith, and other like ANCOM Profiler, Claw, Tagger, and Range. Okay. Future directions. Okay, this is my last slide. So you can see that most corpus linguistic research focus on lexical and grammatical features in Thailand. So there's more room for CL research in applied linguistics like lexicography, semantic, translation, stylistic, ELT, and SLA. Most use descriptive and frequency analysis. So we can do more on comparative studies or experimental design. Most study focus on written language, so there's plenty of room for spoken language in the corpus linguistics research. Most of them use EAP corpora, so we can consider using ESP and then various genres as well, or you can use a combination of EAP and ESP. Many use ANCOM, Wordsmith 2, and COCA because of their easy to use and because of charge without charge, right? So future research may consider other types of concordance analysis programs, but it depends on the purpose of the research that you would like to look at, okay? So these are the future directions of corpus linguistic research in Thailand, which I think it may be applicable in Indonesian situation as well. Yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have gained some insights from my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Korn. Big applause for you. Okay.
Thank you.
It is so interesting, and for me, it is challenging because I did this more than 30 years ago. I mean, yeah, I still remember when I was a student in the literature study that I focused on. What is it? Kind of systematic functional linguistics.
Functional linguistics.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember I learned about the register and so on and so on. I do totally forget about it now. Okay, but indeed, what you presented today has challenged, let's say, broadened my horizons about how the linguistic research has gone so far in this era. Probably from something based on from a particular text in a particular books. Now it has gone beyond to the wider horizon. As you mentioned here, could be specialized to particular dimensions of English language teaching, or even EAP, ESV, and so forth. Even if I'm not mistaken, it could be also applied in in the working dimension, like you mentioned about the the Guangdong petroleum something. I forgot about that, but indeed it is very interesting. And thank you very much, Dr. Korn, for the insight. And we are going to discuss much further about the use of how we could apply this, probably how we could apply this methodology in a current situation like this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions later will be discussed. There are some questions. There are more than 6 questions that the participants have already written in the chat box. We are going to discuss it further later on in the question and answer session. So thank you very much, Dr. Korn. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have 2 presenters today. The second presenters will be Ibu Widya Nirmalawati, SS and MA. Okay, allow me to inform you a brief curriculum vitae for the set of Ibu Widya. She earned her bachelor degree from the Bahasa and Sastra Inggris, the State University of Malang, and then she went further to take the kajian, the master degree in focusing on kajian budaya and media from Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. And in particular, she is very much interested in literature and gender studies. Today's discussion, Ibu Widya will, in today's session, Ibu Widya will, will highlight the crowdsourcing. I remember that, I remember last night I watched TV, there are some crowds in one of the banks, but it is in different context, right, Ibu Widya, yeah? Okay, but what is crowdsourcing? So Ibu Widya will talk about this, probably as I read in, in her presentation, in her PowerPoint slide, that it is, it starts from her concern that there is a need to produce a massive number of books, written books or printed books, but with a minimum cost. Is that right, Bu Widya? Okay, so without further ado, please welcome Ibu Widya. Time is yours, Bu Widya, 45 minutes from now.
Okay, before I go further, I would like to welcome Dr. Faisal. Yeah. Please welcome aboard Dr. Faisal. I would like to inform you that Dr. Faisal is
excuse me, Ibu Widya, to interrupt you, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I cannot hear your voice clearly. It's like feedback. Yes, maybe you can put the microphone closer to you. It's a kind of feedback from from my PC.
Can you hear my voice right now?
Can you try speaking?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully this only my machine. Hopefully everybody can listen to her voice clearly. Maybe you could put the microphone closer, Bu.
I see. Okay, can you hear me now?
Of course, crystal clear now, loud and clear. Thank you.
Hopefully it is loud and crystal clear. Yeah, my voice can be heard. Okay, before I go further, I would like to say salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, sugeng siang, everybody. Hopefully you are okay today. And before I go further, I would like to also please welcome aboard Dr. Faisal. By the way, everybody, I would like to introduce you, Dr. Faisal, just now, the moderator. Yeah, he just graduated from, got his doctorate degree from Auckland University. Is that right, Dr. Faisal?
Yes, man, but you don't need to do so. I'm ashamed.
No, please don't. Okay. Today, I would like to present, actually, it is a bit different from just presented by Dr. Konwipa. Nice to meet you, Dr. Konwipa, Professor Konwipa from Thailand. Nice to meet you, by the way. And for the participant, selamat siang. It's nice to meet you all today in this, seminar. Okay, today I would like to discuss different from the previous discussion that already done by Cher and by Konwipa, because today I would like, it is not a big, it is a small research, yeah, based on online community in WhatsApp group, actually. So it's not that big, but I hope it will, enlighten and give you a new horizon about what is crowdsourcing, actually. And I believe most of you already acknowledge with this term, yeah, that is first coined by Jeff Howe in 2006, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. Okay, so before I go, I would like to share the screen. Let me, okay. Can you see my presentation, Dr. Faisal and everybody, hopefully?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, hopefully, wait a minute. I would like to say, okay. The title is Crowdsourcing, a simple breakthrough in literary writing industry. Yeah. Why I call this as a title, because really it is just a simple observation, yeah, in writing online community in Purwokerto, in Central Java, Indonesia. Hopefully, who from abroad already know about Central Java, yeah, and Purwokerto is one of the city in Central Java, Indonesia. Hopefully, you will come to Purwokerto as well, and you will be welcome by University of Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, hopefully someday. Okay. My background of this study, it is that the books for kids in Indonesia especially are what is it, a big commodity, yeah, in publishing industry. Many storybook children is what is it, are bought by parents to make their student, to make their kids like to read, yeah. So the demand for this draft is very high. Yeah, this background then become the key objective for the publisher, yeah, how to produce a book for children, but with a minimum cost. The second question that I'd like to discuss today, yeah, is about my second question. Is it possible to apply massive, the concept of, producing literary works or literary production, but with a minimum cost. Yeah. So to overcome this, an Indonesian writer has developed a writer community. He created the online community using WhatsApp group by recruiting the buyers of the books, and then the book that has been published by the founder. Yeah. Okay. Next. By the way, before I go further, what I'm going to discuss today, I would like to bring you back to the what is crowdsourcing actually. If those who already understand or maybe not read about crowdsourcing, what is crowdsourcing actually? Yeah, the crowdsourcing itself introduced first by Jeff Howie and Mark Robinson in a Wired magazine article, yeah, in June 2006. According to him, yeah, because he is the first one who coined the term of crowdsourcing. Actually, crowdsourcing is the act of a company or the institution or the firm, yeah, that taking a function once performed by employees, yeah, and then outsourcing, yeah, of course, and then they change into a network of people in an open call platform. Yeah, this can take the form of peer production. Yeah, when the job is performed collaboratively, but is also often undertaken by individuals. So it can be collaborative or solely by individual. And then in 2013, Berkham, yeah, defined crowdsourcing. This is a simple one, more simple, yeah, as an online distributed problem solving and production model that leverage the collective intelligence of online communities to serve specific organizational goals. So here I would like to highlight that the crowdsourcing, it needs an online, yeah. The online make the crowdsourcing, maybe you already, when I said about this, your memories go back in 80s or 70s. When 80s is when Oxford Dictionary open this crowd, yeah, to to define term in to to fill the dictionary, yeah. But crowdsourcing is not that old, even though the making of Oxford Dictionary, they call the crowd to complete the making of the dictionary, but it is not an online. So online become the backbone, the backbone of the crowdsourcing. Okay, beside online, I would like to highlight also that crowdsourcing is a problem solving, yeah, and production model. So research organization or a firm or everyone who have problem and then share their problem and then give it this task to the crowd, and then crowd come to solve their problem. So that's it about the crowdsourcing in a simple way. And then in 2000, sorry, this is mistaken, yeah. In 2015, it is, sorry, this is the wrong one. Sorry. The previous one, this one. Yeah, Arolas and Guevara in Journal of Information Science, sorry, it is not Brabham, but it is Arolas and Guevara in 2015. He then, both of them, after the, research, they come then, around 40 definition and about crowdsourcing, what crowdsourcing is, yeah. Both of them making research to find out about what is crowdsourcing in many different areas. And then both of them come to the definition, maybe it is, wordy, but wordy and too long definition, but this is the complete one. As you can see there, yeah, in the screen, yeah, that crowdsourcing is a type of participative online activity in which an individual or can be an institution or a non-profit organization processes to a group of individual of varying knowledge. So they are heterogeneous, can be professional, can be amateur, even most of them anonym, yeah. And then this number, they call via a flexible open call, and then the voluntary undertaking the task, yeah. And then the undertaking task of variable complexity and modularity, and in which the crowd should participate, bringing their work, money, knowledge, and or experience, yeah. And beside the highlight that I already mentioned before, that crowdsourcing also has this mutual benefit for both sides. So beside online and then problem solving, it also must benefit both parties, whether the organization and the crowd as well. So these three become the backbone of the crowdsourcing processes. Okay, so not all of crowds, everything that an open call, and then they include the crowd there can be called as crowdsourcing. There must be what is it? Term and condition applied for can be called as crowdsourcing. Okay, and then next, firstly, crowdsourcing paradigm ground and spread in the business world. Yeah, at the time, Jeff Hoey gave an example of what is it? An exact example of crowdsourcing in Fakultas.com. Hopefully, you already know about this. Fakultas.com is an online. It is cloth online. It is a cloth company, yeah. And before they produce the clothes, they ask the crowd what kind of model or anything that the crowd wanted, and then those who, the crowd give their ideas about the design to the travelers, and then the crowd give vote, yeah. So the winner is given prizes, yeah, cash bounties or cash prizes to the winner of the crowdsourcer, yeah. So it is the example of crowdsourcing. But nowadays, it is not only in business community, yeah, but it also in business world, I mean. But crowdsourcing is currently used for a variety purposes. For example, in entertainment, you know, YouTube nowadays, yeah, or TikTok maybe, yeah, from China. YouTube and TikTok become a good example of crowdsourcing, because it is an online and there is a top-down processes and bottom-up processes, and there is also benefit the crowd as well as YouTube itself. Not only entertainment, in research and development at the time, there is an Eli Lilly, yeah, who create Innocentive at the time to solve the problem of selling the medicine at the time. Okay, and then so that's about the crowdsourcing, yeah. Okay, so as I mentioned before, that not all platform, not platform, but not all that asking the crowd to join can be called as crowdsourcing. So this is the key concept of crowdsourcing. The key concept, there is an interaction, like can you see there, yeah? The interaction is the requester, or can be an institution, or can be a government, or it can be institution, government, or anything, yeah. They request is a task, and then the task give to the platform. And this what makes crowdsourcing is not old, like what happened in centuries ago, like what happened in Oxford, the making of Oxford Dictionary, or alkali price, yeah. Alkali price is in 70s, yeah. Louis XVI of France at that time given prize that's called alkali prize. I forgot who won the winner of the alkali prize at that time. So it is old because it doesn't entails the online or the platform here, yeah. So the crowdsourcing must, there must be a platform here, yeah. The platform, because this platform become the backbone of the crowdsourcing. Okay, and then the interaction, of course, between the requester and the crowd. The crowd then give a solution and solve the problem of the requester. After the problem solved, and then the requester give prize, can be a cash prizes or can be intangible, like acknowledgement, yeah, from public. Yeah, this is very important actually, that acknowledgement from the public, because it become random and give, what do you call, a name, yeah, for the winner. Yeah, so the key concept is the interaction between crowd and an organization. It become crucial, yeah, because it to ensure a mutually beneficial outcome. Just like what I had said before, yeah, that the outcome must be benefited for both sides. Yeah. So after the interaction between the crowd and organization, there must be the locus of control. The locus of control then decided whether those who entail the crowd can be called as crowdsourcing. So, for example, maybe you will give an example as Wikipedia. Wikipedia actually, it is not can be called as crowdsourcing. Why? Yeah, because the locus of control is in the Wikipedians, not the Wikipedia itself, but the Wikipedians. So it is the community who become the locus of control. While the crowdsourcing, there must be top-down, not only the bottom-up, yeah, processes. So Wikipedia, it is really bottom-up, and the community itself who give the new information in the blog or in the Wikipedia. So there is no top-down processes there. That's why Wikipedia cannot be called as a crowdsourcing, according to Beckham. Yeah. Okay. So that's the key concept of crowdsourcing. So the key concept, of course, then come to the fundamental elements of crowdsourcing. So if the fundamental cannot be made by the the organization and the crowd, that it cannot be called as crowdsourcing. So there are, according to Arolas and Guevara, 2015, yeah, there are 8 fundamental elements. First, there must be a defined crowd. Yeah. After the crowd is defined, and then there must be a task. Yeah, a task from the requester or an organization or institution or a firm that has problem. Yeah, they give task to the crowd, of course. Yeah, and then recompense received by the crowd, it must be also clear whether they will give the cash prizes or cash bounties, or intangible things, yeah, like acknowledgement from everybody in the world. Yeah, yeah, and then the crowdsourcer also must be clearly identified. Yeah, and then the compensation to be received by the crowdsourcer is also clearly defined, just like number 3 here. First, the next, again, what make it can be called as crowdsourcing? It is must be an online assigned process. So even though at that time, the making of Oxford Dictionary need the participation of the crowd in making the dictionary, but because it is not an online, yeah, because at that time, we still in the old time, yeah, there is no an online, of course. So that's why that cannot be called as crowdsourcing. It is only collaborative or participative works. Yeah, it uses an open call. I would like to highlight here about the open call there. The open call here is that not all open call can be called as crowdsourcing. For example, the Firefox, Mozilla Firefox, for example, yeah, as what is it? Exemplar by the Brabham, yeah, and Arolas here. That not open call can be called as crowdsourcing. For example, as Mozilla Firefox. Mozilla Firefox, they only, what is it? The crowd give, what is it? For example, a new method or a new program or anything, but then the Mozilla, what is it? Take the opinion from the crowd, and then they making what is it? In bahasa Indonesia we call it perbaikan, or what is it? They make a new program for the browser, yeah, and then give it back to the crowd. So there is no mutual benefit for this. So not all open call can be called as crowdsourcing. Again, because it is an online, it needs an internet as well. Yeah. Okay, so that's the fundamental elements of crowdsourcing. Okay, this is the typology of crowdsourcing. Yeah, there is a type there, how it works, what kinds of problem, and then as defined by Brabham here. Yeah, the example of each type. Yeah, there is syphilic, and then innocentive. Yeah, and then threadless. The last is Amazon Mechanical Turk. The type, there are different types, yeah, of course, and the example. Hopefully, after this, you can read by yourself about this, and then you can define what kind of typology of crowdsourcing. Okay, and then the next. Okay, we go to our discussion then. Actually, this research or this paper, today I would like to describe an example of mass production of literary works. Yeah, it is a bit, what is it, different, but not that much. Yeah, a little bit different for our theme today. That is a new direction in literary and linguistic studies in the digital era. The digital era here, what I highlighted is because this production needed an internet or platform, media platform, media technology platform used here. So this is to describe an example of mass production of literary work with technology and community as its basis. Yeah. It also want to reveal the effectiveness in manufacturing the literary books, yeah, which are potential to be source of passive income for its members. Yeah, so Rumah Kreatif Padas Kelir, the owner, that is Heru Kurniawan, or he used to be called as Pak Guru Heru, create Wadas Kelir writing community. Yeah, he created the online community using WhatsApp group. Yeah, called Wadas Kelir writing community. Firstly, by recruiting the buyers of his books. Yeah, then he create the book from the buyers of his book, and then created the WhatsApp community there. Okay, the buyers, recruited by joining the online group, of course. Yeah, the group itself has more than, at the time when I made research at that time more than 200 members. So that so many, yeah. And that's not only in Purwokerto, but it's scattered in many cities in Indonesia. This online group, and then the member of the online group trained and guided by Pak Guru Heru to be a professional writer. Pak Guru Heru also, put the admin there, of course, because Pak Guru Heru cannot be always online in the group, yeah. The admins only use the online chat, yeah, to undertake all the process of writing mobilization. So everything is done in the WhatsApp or online technology, media technology, yeah. Okay. As described previously, the community, yeah, not only buy the book, but they therefore can produce and write the story that later on become a book, yeah. So the member of also will get many advantages by joining the group. Not only joining, but the member of the group, they get courage because most, not most, but in a big number, they cannot write. They do not, have confidence to write a story. Yeah, but by joining the group, gradually they, they can write and courage, yeah, to write a story. And also, they also get achievement and material benefit later on after joining the group, and they write a story. And then the story, if the story is good, then it will go to the publication of the book, of course. Okay. The method that I use, this is a qualitative inquiry of a study case, applying a participatory observation, yeah, to record the activities in the online, in the WhatsApp group, yeah. Okay, from creating and planning of making the book until it published, yeah. Of course, the object is an online Wadas Kelir writing community. At that time, more than 200 members. Yeah, but I don't know with now. I forgot to count them. Yeah, but at the time when I did my research, 200 members. The data that I use, it is the information in the WhatsApp platform and the chat in the online group. Yeah, a special online interview is also done at that time, yeah, to obtain the information from the leader of the group. Here is Pak Guru Heru and also the admin to give an importance, information, yeah, important information about this research. Okay. After the data is were gathered, there are three working mechanisms in the making process of the book. The first is the patterns, the second is the procedures, and the third is the community as the production and marketing basis. So it is just what happened with the same as Threadless, yeah, Threadless. The community become the production process and the marketing basis as well. So those who bought the clothes from Threadless, actually the member of the Threadless community, yeah. Okay. And then this is the first result, yeah. First is the pattern of creating a good story. Why the pattern of creating a good story is important, yeah, for Wadas Kelir writing community. This is due to the members of the Wadas Kelir community are coming from various educational backgrounds. That's why Pak Guru Heru gave, because not all of them are from, Faculty of Letters. They graduated from Faculty of Letters, or they studied about how to make a good story. Yeah. So Pak Guru Heru start to give tips and tricks how to make or to create a good story. Yeah. Okay. First pattern is what is called 5R. First is read, the second is research, the third is reflect, the fourth is write, and the last one is revise. What does it mean by the 5 pattern there? First, before we write, of course, the most important thing to do is reading. Reading is a must for a writer. By reading a lot of stories, the writer learns about the technical stories, like the plot, how to introduce the character, how to make a conflict, and how actually the patterns of the genre of stories actually. By reading a lot, the members can have they can obtain many experience and insight how to create a good stories. And the second, of course, before we write, we must do research. Why this is important? A good and logical story based on research. A good and logical story must be based on research. Why? Nowadays, kids are very critical. Yeah, knowing this. Yeah. For example, my own kids. They then, when I told them a story about Cinderella. At that time, she asked, "How could be
Widya, excuse me. There will be 15 minutes for you.
Okay, then I will go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Okay, after the first pattern, the second pattern is how to create a good story by initial event. Yeah, why this initial event is important? Because this initial event will immediately attract the kids to read the book. Yeah, and make them not easily get bored by the story. For example, this one. Yeah, compare these two events. In this first event, this is too much initial information about the morning. It will be the kids will be easily get bored by this information. But the second event here, it is effective and creates curiosity for the children. Yeah. Okay, and then let's go to the procedure. Yeah, the procedure, just like what the crowdsourcing I mentioned before, that the government or institution or anything, and in this case is Pak Guru Heru as the creator of Wadas Kelir, give a task to the community or the crowd, that is the online community, WhatsApp online community. After giving the task, and then the members give the story. Yeah, they send the story in the WhatsApp group. Yeah, and then the best one will be awarded. Yeah, will be awarded by given the book for free. Yeah, by Pak Guru Heru. But this is only the beginning, because later on, if they are already good in creating the story, and the story already meets what the criteria of a good story to be published, this one. Here. After the community, the member, some of the member who create a good story, and then they meet the criteria of publication, and after the book is published, they will get 80%, 80%, because the 20% will be taken by the Wadah Sekelir, because Pak Guru Heru become the co-author as well for the books. Okay. By this crowdsourcing, by this writing online community, WhatsApp online community, actually, Wadah Sekelir no need to worry about material to be published for the storybook children, because he already have stock, stories, stock of stories. Okay, so community also become the marketing basis, because those who already the story already published, they will be very they very happy, and then they proud, and then they are willing to buy the book as well. Not only him, the writer, but also maybe the relative, his friend or her friends will also buy the book. So this writing online community benefited both parties, the Wadah Sekelir and as well as the community. Okay, okay. I think that's the last, Dr. Faisal. This is some of the books that already published from the Wadah Sekelir writing community. So here's some books that already published from the online class WhatsApp, WhatsApp online class. Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Okay, back to you, Dr. Faisal.
Thank you, Bu Widya. Just call me Faisal as usual. Okay, great. It is interesting. It gives me another insight of how the community has developed. Not only developing their potential, but also enhancing and creating opportunities for them to earn some some benefits, not only economical benefits, but also the knowledge benefits perhaps. And also for me, this is something new, because last time I heard about crowdfunding. Yeah, crowdfunding. I remember there are some interesting issues where when a couple were going to get married, and they decided to go online to raise fund from the crowd.
Yeah.
I remember that, and I wish I could do so as well. No. Okay, yeah, it is interesting because this crowd
sourcing.
Yeah, crowdsourcing involves 4 key elements, if I'm not mistaken. So the first is the participative online activities, where this activity should involve as many parties, and this should be done online, right? Yes. And it should be a problem solving way. In this case, it's about publishing book, publishing a great numbers of book with a minimum cost. And then another thing is the benefits for the organization and the community. As you example, in your example, the Wadah Sekelir community has benefited not only for the the platform or the sources, the crowd sources, but also the community in which the members were joined. And the last one is the interaction. The interaction is between both the crowd sources and also the community itself. Okay, great. Yeah, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I'm very more than happy to invite you to raise question about what is that, the crowd sourcing. It is interesting. Okay, you could what is that, use the reaction facility in your Zoom to raise your hand, and then we can start asking. You can start asking question, or you can also write the questions in the chat box. Okay. Yeah. While waiting, Bu Widya, something came into my mind when you discuss about the 5R, the concept of 5R, and the what is that? The 5R and the findings, right? The finding. It's about what is that? The patterns of creating good story. We have you mentioned 5Rs over there. We have read, research, reflect, write, and revise. So please advise me how I could do so.
How could I say? Please, would you like to say it again?
Yeah, I mean the 5Rs here are very interesting as well as challenging, because yeah, I myself found it difficult to read, research, reflect, write, and revise. So please advise me.
Well, you must join Wadas Clear Writing community then you will get what is it, many insight information, and you can experience yourself why instead of what is it I'm telling you and sharing about. Please join, and then you will know about what happened actually in the community. By the way, I would like to also give you information different from your question, Pak Faisal.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy, more than happy to hear that.
Okay, you just told us here about crowdfunding, yeah? Because when I open my Facebook platform, yeah, there are so many what is it platform asking about this. What is it? They ask for donation, yeah. It's also can be called as a crowdfunding, yeah. Actually, Dr. Faisal, sorry.
Just call me Faisal. Just call me Faisal. Or FF. No. FF will be fine.
But I will get used to call you doctor.
No.
There are 5 types actually of crowdsourcing. The first is crowdcasting, Pak Faisal, Dr. Faisal, yeah. Crowdcasting, and then the second is crowd collaboration, yeah. And then the third is crowd content, and then the fourth is crowdfunding, just what you have mentioned before. And then the last is crowd opinion. What is this 5 actually? You can search by yourself in Arolas and Guevara 2012 in a Journal of Information Science. Both of them define the typology of crowdsourcing, and then the types, and as well as Brabham. Yeah, Brabham also write down a book about crowdsourcing, and he not only about the definition, but he also discuss about many things and the example of crowdsourcing itself, because most of us still overlap by say determining whether this is called sourcing or not. For example, when Wikipedia, firstly, when I cross at my mind about crowdsourcing, and then I directly go to the Wikipedia. But then after I read the book, Wikipedia, it is not belongs to crowdsourcing, because there is no top-down process in the the encyclopedia, the making of encyclopedia. So all the information really from the bottom up. It means the community, and they freely to give information in that open source platform. Yeah, there is no top source interaction, yeah, between the owner or the institution to the crowd. Yeah, so it cannot be called as crowdsourcing. That's it, Faisal, Dr. Faisal. Hopefully, it's getting clearer now a bit.
Okay, Thank you very much for the information. Ibu Erminas, she is turning on the Pak Jurianto, and we have come to the question and answer session. Yeah, sorry. Okay, now officially now I announce that we now in the question and answer session. So I'd like the audience to either write the question or just raise your hand and speak and tell the questions to the speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
The questions could be for, I have noted some questions addressed to Dr. Korn, but unfortunately, Dr. Korn is not coming back to our session. So I do expect that it doesn't matter for you, and you could start asking question or discuss with Ibu Widya regarding the crowdsourcing, which is interesting for me.
It's too bad to Prof. Konwipa already left the room, yeah?
Yeah. But don't worry. The committee the committee and I have noted and recorded your questions and sent to Professor Dr. Korn, and we are expecting that she is able to come back before the session is over, and she would offer her response to the question, or in a worst case, Dr. Korn will provide you the written response.
Okay.
That will be sent to the committee, and then the committee will send the response to you. There are, I noted there are 6 questions. For Dr. Korn, right? 7 questions. 7 questions. So in the meantime, if you have question intended to Ibu Widya, Dr. Tubi, in a shortly,
hopefully.
She is more than happier to respond to your question.
Okay. It seems everybody is having their nap. They're taking a nap, Dr. Faisal.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about let's discussing about this crowdsourcing a bit longer, Dr. Faisal.
Okay.
Okay. When there is what is called by crowd.
Okay.
That crowdsourcing, it's not as simple as that. I mean, not as simple as that. For example, I have a company, and then I would like to ask the crowd whether the product that I produce is good or not.
Okay.
It is simple as that, actually, by the way. This is because there is no, even though, because the first, it is online, online, what is called online. But if we only ask the crowd to whether at the time, for example, there is a Pepsi democracy, Pepsi democracy. At that time, Pepsi asked, although it is through online platform, but the crowd only give opinion to that is tasked by the Pepsi, about 5 flavor, that this 5 flavor will be produced by Pepsi. But there is no prices, because the most voted flavor will be reduced. There is no prices at all at that time, and there is too much too much control from the company, the Pepsi itself. So there is no bottom-up creation. They only choose the flavor they like most only. So it's not that simple as that, actually.
Okay, great. Interesting. So defining what crowdsourcing, crowdfunding, and crowd something, what the crowd is not that easy, right? It should involve both bottom-up and top-down processes. Okay, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for the questions in address to Ibu Widya. As I mentioned before, Dr. Korn has left the room, but we expect that she's coming. She's joining back before we close the session. So, but don't worry, we have noted and sent the questions that you have raised. There are 7 questions from Ibu Erlita, Pak Suwarno, and then Ibu Kristinawati. I don't know whether Ibu Putu Pramania, I don't know whether it's Ibu atau Bapak, and from Maulana Maghribi, Pak Jurianto, and Ibu Pangesti. So we're waiting for other participants, the audience to raise question to Ibu Widya in the meantime. Okay.
Is it okay, Dr. Faisal, if I greet one of the participants?
Sure, why not?
Okay, there is Carla, from the Philippines, actually, and Dr. Carla from the Philippines always, we will, awarded her as the best participant of, event that we held, actually, Dr. Faisal. For example, when we had winter course last time, Dr. Carla from the Philippines, she participated the course very well, so we awarded her as the best participant at that time. And today,
great.
Join us
too.
Hi, Carla. Hopefully you are great now. Thank you for listening and joining the seminar. Hopefully we will have another fruitful relationship for UMP and San Marino, the Philippines. Is that San Marino? Mariano Marcos. Is that? Okay. Okay, there is a question, Dr. Faisal.
Yeah, from Pak Jurianto. He asked about whether the crowd refer to a specific group of people or any people, the crowd. So it's about the definition.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question, Pak Jurianto. I don't know, Pak Jurianto come from, I don't know. Okay, hello, Pak Jurianto. Nice to meet you here in this seminar today. Yeah, I would like to give you, hopefully it answer your question. Yeah, is the crowd here referred to a specific group of people or to any people? Okay, thank you for the question, Pak Jurianto. The crowd actually can be both, Pak Jurianto, can be a specific group or can be to any people. For the case of Wadah Sekali Writing Community, the crowd here is specific group. That is the member of Wadah Sekali Writing Community. So this is a specific, only the members of the group.
Okay.
But for the innocentive at that time, innocentive that is created by Eli Lilly at that time, in I forgot 2008 or something, I forgot, sorry. Eli Lilly creating the innocentive and asking to the crowd, anyone in the crowd, to solve her problem, So here the crowd very heterogeneous, Pak Jurianto, the anyone there or any people there can be amateurs, volunteers, professional as well, yeah, business, it can be anyone that have solution for the problem. So that's the crowd there. So it can be a specific group or it can be any people. So what I highlighted that the crowd must have the fundamental elements, that is must be online platform, and then clearly defined crowd. Yeah, so the crowd must be defined. Yeah, I just like what Arolas and Guivera noted before. There are 8 fundamentals elements that can be called as crowdsourcing. That's
Okay.
answer, Dr. Faisal?
Yeah, hopefully Ibu Widya's response would address your question, Pak Jurianto. So in probably if I may rephrase that, the crowd should be specifically defined as a particular group of people. What is that? Join in a particular group of like a crowd. What's that? The Wadas Clear community. Okay, thank you, Bu Widya. Hope this answer the question, Pak Jurianto. Yeah. Then another question from Carla. So she asks you about whether participation in crowdsourcing always voluntary, or whether there are times participants are not aware they are in crowdsourcing. They are unconsciously joining crowdsourcing.
Okay.
Please, Bu Widya.
Okay, thank you. Pak Jurianto answer my question now. He's from Surabaya. Okay, Pak Jurianto, hopefully you are also joined to the group of Crazy Rich Surabayan, yeah? I'm not kidding, but this is like a prayer, Pak Jurianto. Hopefully you belong to the Crazy Rich Surabayan, yeah? Because Indonesia, most of the Crazy Rich are from Surabaya. Thank you, Pak Jurianto from Surabaya for your question. And now I would go directly to Carla's question, Dr. Faisal, yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay, is participation in crowdsourcing always voluntary, or are there times participants are not aware they are in a crowdsourcing activity? Okay, thank you, Carla, for the question. Yeah, it is voluntary because the one who solve the problem mostly, okay, also this will answer the second question, yeah. The participant of the online community or everything, they aware that they are in crowdsourcing activity actually, Carla, because they know what happened in that platform. For example, in Innocentive at that time, Eli Lily at that time, she has a problem about how to sell the product, yeah, to sell the product and how to get help with the marketing basis, yeah, at that time. And then the one who already solved the problem and give idea and solving the problem to the Eli Lily at that time through Innocentive platform, she awarded by the cash bounty or cash prizes. Yeah, if it is tangible. If it is intangible, the problem solver here, they acknowledge as the professor in that things. Yeah, for example, at the time, sorry, I a bit forgot. But actually, what I would like to highlight it here is the participant, they always understand that they are in crowdsourcing activity, of course, because the platform is, for example, we'll give you an example of just like, okay, at that time, PNG, Protector and Gamble, everybody in Indonesia may be really familiar with PNG, yeah, because they produce daily needs like shampoo or soaps and things like that, PNG, because I also use PNG product, for example, shampoo, Pantene, for example, sorry to mention the brand, yeah. PNG at that time sent their problem to Innocentive platform, yeah, and then Innocentive then give these tasks to the crowd, and then one of the crowd give one or some of the crowd give solution, and the best solution then given back to the Innocentive platform, and then the Innocentive give it back to have the problem, that is PNG, yeah, and then the best solution given prices by PNG through the Innocentive, of course. So that's how the crowdsourcing works.
Okay, thank you very much. Hope this answers your question, Carla. It's very clear with the example from PNG. I remember I bought a PNG product for my baby's diapers. Okay, yeah. Another question. No. 3 questions from Usma.
Okay.
Yeah, Usman Nurdian. Yeah, Usman Nurdian asks you whether, what is that? You see this crowdsourcing as a participatory culture in the digital era. The second question is that whether there is any author, a main author, or just contributors. And the third question is whether the writing is a kind of collective experience.
Okay, wait. It's very small. I will read again. Mbak Usma Nurdian. Mbak Usma, halo, selamat siang. Where are you from, Mbak Usma? Hopefully you are happy and healthy today, yeah? Okay, thank you for your question, Mbak Usma. Dear Ibu, thank you for the beautiful presentation. Oh, my pleasure, Mbak Usma. If I might ask a question, how do you see it as a participatory culture in the digital era? Is there any main author or just contributors? Can we say that the writing is a kind of collective experience? Okay, thank you, Mbak Usma. I would like to try to answer your question. Hopefully it satisfies your curiosity about crowdsourcing, yeah? Okay. You know, because today we are in the digital era, in internet era, where most of people are connected with this digital or internet world, yeah. So yeah, this participatory or collaborative works, yeah, it is. I think it is fair. In my opinion, it becomes effective, yeah, effective and fast, yeah, comparing to what happened centuries ago. For example, when the making of Oxford, because there is no online, so the process really took time, yeah, a long time, because the making of the Oxford, they need crowdsourcer, yeah, from everywhere to complete the making of the dictionary, yeah. But with the internet era, yeah, everything can be done just like you blink your eyes, just like that. So the answer is there in the platform, yeah. So participatory culture in the digital era, I think this is very effective, yeah. And it can be done to solve our problem in an instant way, yeah. And I think it can be very solutive, because the answer or the solve of the problem can come from the professional there, yeah. Okay, that's the first question. And then the second question, is there any main author or just contributors? Okay, for the book, in Wadah Sekali Writing Community, so they collaborative author. So there is no main author or co-author because this is a collaborative work. So there are many authors written in the books. Yeah, because this is a kind of a collection of stories. Yeah, that made by many contributors or the Wadah Sekali members. Yeah, so the books itself, even though at the cover the publisher cannot write all the contributor or the writer or the author of the books, but inside the cover there are many all the author is mentioned there. All the author are mentioned there in the books. So there is no main author or just contributor, but all of them are author of the book because this is the collection of stories. Mbak Usman. Yeah, okay. So, and then the third question, can we say that the writing is a kind of collective experience? Well, yeah, I think when we write something, we cannot say that this is really my word or my sentence or my ideas, because our ideas actually come from everything that we see, we read, and we heard. So nowadays we cannot claim that even though that now we can claim it through Haki in Indonesia, yeah, but actually writing product, yeah, it is actually coming from collective experience. So it is not just like come from our just from my mind, but actually it is come from everywhere. Come from everybody. Any literary products like novels or everything. Hopefully that answer your question, Mbak Usma.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Vidya. She wrote that she meant perhaps this is she meant that collective narrative, probably. Yeah. Perhaps I could say something about that. I mean, this is actually a collective writing process, because writing, what is that, involves writers, editors, proofreaders, and so on. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Bu Vidya. Thank you for the participants, for the audience, for the attention. Okay. Actually, it's getting hotter and hotter, the discussion, I mean. Yeah, but unfortunately, the time is quite limited today. We are preparing, we are cooking for our buka, not that one. Okay. Actually, I do expect that we could extend the time, but the committee has texted me, Faisal, time is almost over. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude our discussion today. In the first discussion, what is that? Dr. Korn discussed about the corpus. The corpus is a collection of sample text written or spoken, which can be used to as a methodology to analyze something. And she in particular highlight the future direction of the corpus-based analysis. So as she found that most corpus-based analysis focuses on the lexical and grammatical features, then she suggests that to go to the applied linguistic, in lexicography, semantic, even in literature. Yeah, one of the questions that the audience asks is related to the corpus analysis in the literature. As we found in the slide, that this could be utilized to analyze literary work. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay. And then others point of for the future directions related to the to consider using ESP or various genres as the basis of the analysis. And meanwhile, we did talk about the crowdsourcing, where this is an activity which involves both crowdsourcers and the community to work together to produce a massive number of books with amount of is a minimum amount of cost, right? Okay, and yeah, before we close this beautiful session, Bu Widya, would you please share us your concluding remark?
Well, okay. My concluding remarks, maybe there's nothing to do with the previous discussion, Dr. Faisal. But I would like to say thank you for all the participants that joined the seminar today. And I would like to also inform to the participants that we will another conference in July. It is called COTEFL, COTEFL, and hopefully that's a call for paper. So it allows everybody to send their best articles to our committee, for COTEFL in July. So please be here again in Fakultas Sastra, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, to join another conference in July, in coming months, forthcoming months. Okay, hopefully all the participants will join and send their best articles. We also already have collaboration with a journal, and Scopus and Sinta as well. So hopefully you will be there joining again in our conference in July called COTEFL. Okay, thank you very much for all the participants. Thank you for joining us today. I wish you always in a good condition, always happy, and happy fasting for those who are Muslims. That's all. Dr. Faisal, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Widya, Dr. Widya to be. Amen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to say thank you for all your attention and participation. And I am Faisal as the moderator would like to say thank you personally for your attention and your participation. And I'm very sorry for any inconveniences. My words may be inappropriate. That's a corpus linguistic. My behavior perhaps is inappropriate in your eyes. So I'll hand the time to the Master of Ceremony and Misters of Ceremony. Thank you. That's all for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Faisal, for being the moderator in this session. So this is such a great session.
And now we are in the last sessions, finally. We will be in the last session of closing ceremony and the closing remarks. And for the closing remarks will be delivered by Dean of the Faculty of Letters Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Mr. Ambar Pujiatno. Please welcome Mr. Ambar Pujiatno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thanks to God the Almighty that we are about to finish this webinar on new directions on literary and linguistic studies in the digital era. It is a great honor for me to say a few words at the end of the webinar. First, I want to express my gratitude to the speakers, Dr. Hanita Hanim, and then Professor Galia, Dr. Korn, and Ibu Widya Nirmalawati, who shared their ideas, their experience, their knowledge to us today. And I'm sure that in this very good occasions that we can have a good and new insights about the literature or linguistic direction in the future, especially in the digital era. I think one day webinar is not enough for us, for you all, because it is very short time to discuss a very big topics. Ladies and gentlemen, during the webinar, I observed the excellent presentation of the speakers and active participant in discussing the topics from the speakers, and I think it fulfilled our goal in conducting the webinar. And I'm sure that after this you can bring the new insights about the topics, about the performance, about the linguistic corpus, about the crowd sourcing, and you can share all of them to your friends so that it will be very beneficial to others. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that now, all of us have new directions, both in literature and linguistics that we can use, we can apply in our daily life, related to our field. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to express my appreciation to the speakers, especially to the speakers, and then the enthusiastic participants for taking time out of your business to attend this webinar. I would like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this webinar. And I do hope that we can meet again in the next Isolling in 2022, next year. And I also invite, as Ibu Widya Nirmalawati said, invite you all to our Kotefel the 10th that will be held on 13th until 14 July 2021. Finally, I would like to thank to the committee members for organizing this webinar and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly and very well today. Yeah, thank you very much for your struggle. And I want to close my remarks and officially announce the end of the webinar by saying, Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Yeah, have a nice weekend. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is closing remarks from Mr. Ambar Pujiatno, SSM Hum as the Dean of the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Purwokerto. Ladies and gentlemen, in our last agenda, I would remind you to fulfill the feedback links that will already sent by the committee in the chat box. And you can see for the links, you can fill the links, then you can get the certificate for this event.
And the certificate will be sent in the 3 next days.
Ladies and gentlemen,
finally, we are done in closing ceremony. We do apologize if we have mistakes during deliver the event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to attend the next agenda from the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, that will be held on the theme of the next agenda is about co-TEFL. The ground theme is sustaining distance learning in the digital era. You can get the detailed information by following our Instagram in ump.ac.id or Sastra UMP. Don't forget to attend the next agenda. Hope we can meet again in the next occasions. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Perguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, UMP hingga di usia saat ini makin mendunia. UMP beralamatkan di Jalan Raya Dukuhwalu Purwokerto, strategis dari fasilitas publik, baik itu tempat wisata budaya dan sejarah hingga alat transportasi yang memadai. Salah satu pertimbangan memilih UMP tidak lain karena memiliki 11 fakultas dan 38 program studi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Teknik dan Sains, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Sastra, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Program Pasca Sarjana, Program Profesi. Saat ini UMP terakreditasi B oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Itu merupakan bukti UMP berkomitmen. Kiprah UMP sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi tidak diragukan lagi. Cita-cita untuk semakin mendunia telah dibuktikan dengan banyaknya kerjasama, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. UMP siap menjawab tantangan global dan tuntutan zaman dengan memberikan sarana dan prasarana yang modern dan berbasis teknologi. Hal ini tentunya mendukung UMP menjadi world class university. Guna menunjang soft skill akademik dan non-akademik, mahasiswa UMP diberikan pelatihan keahlian, BES, SMART, dan SUCCESS. Unit kegiatan mahasiswa atau UKM, dan lembaga kemahasiswaan. Dengan mengedepankan kebutuhan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan global, UMP hadir sebagai prioritas Anda dalam memilih perguruan tinggi. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Anda tidak perlu ragu untuk melanjutkan studi di UMP, karena UMP hadir untuk Anda yang muda, unggul, modern, dan islami.